Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1413 of the War News stream. And today we have very big news yet again. I feel like we're saying that literally every single night at this point, but we've seen today that Iranian forces have begun betraying the Khamenei regime as Tehran is also burning down to the ground. We've also seen that Russian air defense has failed near their major refineries yet again. And also, here's a huge one. Putin is now sending submarines and Navy ships to confront the U.S. Coast Guard near the United Kingdom. Huge news on that, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, everyone, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of news from around the world, except for the situation that happened last night in Caracas. Due to the amount of news that we have today, which is around 70 individual pieces of news, which is one of the largest reporting days that we've had on air for about a month, or several months for that matter, we are actually going to be cordoning off all of the news from Caracas yesterday, 48 hours ago, into its own news segment on yesterday's stream. So if you want to know exactly what happened inside of Caracas yesterday, make sure to go to that stream, because we will not be addressing any of those developments on air tonight. We will only be referencing them. But outside of that, we have been able to hear of significant news and developments happening around the entirety of the world. And y'all better sit back and get some popcorn, because the introduction of what kind of news we're going to be covering tonight is probably going to be about 10 minutes long, because it is an insanely large amount of developments that have happened today. And to be entirely honest with y'all, this news segment tonight is going to be one of the longest that we've seen in quite a while. We have been able to hear that internal security and forces within the Islamic Republic of Iran are now openly joining forces with the active revolution and are actually turning against the government openly. Meanwhile, a major city within the Iranian-Iraqi border area, the city of Abdanan, has actually fallen completely to rebel forces over the course of this day, as the revolution is now gaining significant amounts of ground. From what we've been able to gather and ascertain up until this point, other declarations of cities that had fallen to the revolution were accurate at the time, but the IRGC and other internal security forces, including including Basij, were usually able to reaffirm their control of the cities after some time, although the revolutions were still highly active and incredibly violent within those areas during those periods of time. However, this city is the first that we have confirmed has come under some form of a direct control by the active revolution, and it does not appear that any Basij or IRGC forces are able to uproot the revolution and push them out of their control of the city. We've seen that even worse developments are now happening within Tehran, as multiple battles are happening within the major markets of the city, and we've even been able to see that at the exact same time, there is now what appears to be even larger amounts of forces that are defecting and joining the active revolution. While the situation is incredibly severe, the Iranian government is trying to make it as clear as possible that they have it under control by sending the IRGC out, at least the parts that are still loyal, to just openly fire into the crowds with live ammunition at this point, which we assume is causing a great deal of casualties and, unfortunately, fatalities. The Iranian government, through the statements of Ali Khamenei, has also decided that economic issues are generally the reason why this active revolution is ongoing. And to fix this problem, Ali Khamenei has stated that he is going to be incredibly generous, as we all know that he is one of the most benevolent and generous leaders in the world, and that he will offer a whopping $7 a month, which is about a $5 footlong and a soda's worth, every single month to everyone in Iran to help them out in these financial difficulties. Because everyone knows that one Subway sandwich, a $5 footlong, and also a soda will be able to get you through about an entire month. We have also seen, meanwhile, that the Islamic Republic of Iran is also seeing that threats are emerging from outside of the Islamic Republic of Iran simultaneously. The United States of America has given the green light to the Israelis to conduct an airstrike campaign against Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed proxy force within Lebanon, while we have also seen that the U.S. is still, in largely silence, moving a great deal of forces into the area, specifically into Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and elsewhere, to prepare for future strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Israel's Home Defense Command has also put out statements telling the civilian population to prepare for emergency within the country, as it will turn into war incredibly soon, and the Islamic Republic of Iran's government, in the midst of collapsing, is actually deploying air defense systems throughout their country, the very same ones that were used in Caracas, Venezuela during the Maduro raid, to try and defend themselves. That's not going to work too well. Outside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have also been able to hear of other major news with the ongoing hunt for the Bella 1 tanker, which is now named something along the lines of the Marinera, and it's flagged out of the Russian Federation. Unfortunately, I cannot get the name off the top of my head correct. It sounds a lot like marinara, so just for our
Marinara.
The Marinera. Okay, so it's close enough to marinara. And they're apparently about to be getting in the midst of the sauce, as the United States is preparing at this moment with other elements of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the U.S. Army, based out of Fairford Air Force Base inside of the United Kingdom, to prepare for an eventual boarding of the Bella 1 tanker. However, this appears that there is a significant timer on this operation, as the Russian Federation is now sallying forth significant amounts of submarines and surface vessels to attempt to escort the Bella 1, or the Mariana, or however it's pronounced, back to the Russian Federation and the ports of the northern regions near to the Barents Sea. It's quite literally turning into a direct armed standoff between the United States, which is currently still in pursuit of the Bella 1, and the Russian Federation, which is soon to arrive within the area. We've seen that U.S. surveillance flights have been conducted throughout the entirety of the day with multiple different aircraft, including P-8 Poseidons and RC-135 rivet joints, which is incredibly interesting that they'd use a rivet joint for some odd reason to surveil the vessel, but nevertheless they did do that, and we have seen that currently that situation is becoming incredibly strenuous. Meanwhile, the Thailand and Cambodia war has officially started off for the third time, starting off the new year on the right foot, as we always say. The Thai Air Force and the Thai Army are conducting significant retaliatory strikes against the Cambodians for the attack that they conducted within the 2nd Army area just yesterday, with major airstrikes being seen throughout Cambodia and also mortar fire being seen near to the border. It has become incredibly clear that for now, Thailand and Cambodia are going to be entering the third war, and at this moment we do not know exactly what we are going to be naming this one on air, but we already have some great names, including the 7-Eleven War, which was the first war, and the Casino War, which was the second. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, aka North Korea, aka the nation run by the fat guy where everyone else is starving, has also shown pictures of their alleged firing and testing of hypersonic weaponry that apparently was launched and landed in the Sea of Japan just several days ago. Outside of that, we have also seen that within the Middle East returning back there. It appears that the Syrian civil war, or the second Syrian civil war, is highly likely to be returning, as major firefights have been seen within the city of Alleppo against a small faction of the Syrian Democratic Forces that are holed up in the eastern side of the city, and the Syrian interim government, which is pouring in a significant amount of armored forces and infantry in an attempt to completely crush the Syrian Democratic Forces that are within this eastern quarter of the city. Outside of that, we have also been able to hear between the U.S. and Venezuela that there have been some significant dealings, or at least significant developments, between Venezuela and the United States over the course of the day. We have been able to hear that, according to the President of the United States, although we're not really sure how accurate this report is, that the United States is going to be getting a whole load of oil. And unlike Iraq, where we didn't keep the oil, this time we're going to keep it. So there you have it. We've also been able to hear that there is apparently going to be a military occupation still planned at this point within Venezuela, although the government still exists there and it is actively resisting the United States even still. And it also appears that the government of Venezuela, from all accounts that we can tell, is still on a hostile footing with the United States of America. Further than that, we have also heard that the United States is now threatening to militarily take Greenland, which has not really met a lot of popular support really anywhere in the world, whether in the Congress, the public, in Europe, or anywhere else, even inside of Greenland. As we have seen that multiple statements have been made by the European Union and generally the European contingent of NATO over the course of the day, largely making this out to be a do-or-die situation, that if the United States attempts to annex Greenland by force or by any other means, this will largely lead to a complete splintering of NATO, with Europe departing the United States from that point on. Denmark has also had a closed session of their parliament today, where there were no electronic devices allowed, and it was an entirely windowless room where they were talking about the situation with the U.S. threatening the military annexation of Greenland. Additionally, we have been able to hear that Norwegian forces have now been deployed in larger numbers near to the city of Kirkenes within the northern part of Norway, as it is continuing to try and face off against larger Russian force buildups that have been seen within that area. We've also seen that the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted major attacks against the Russian Federation over the course of the day, including a significant strike at the ground arsenal of the 51st near to the city of Penza, which is about 800 miles inside the Russian Federation. Additionally, we saw that oil depots and other significant targets were also hit and destroyed as well as a result of the significant Ukrainian drone attacks seen overnight. The Ukrainians have also been able to stop most Russian Federation armed forces advances throughout the course of the day and have inflicted significant losses onto the Russians. Suffice it to say, we actually got that summary done in a little bit shorter time than I was thinking it would take. We actually got it done in about 8 minutes. But as y'all can see, this is an incredibly large day of news, to say the least, and we have an endless amount of news that we have to cover, from our largest stories of the day to the other largest stories of the day. I can't even be entirely frank with y'all, there is no small story today.
You know, the weirdest thing is, out of all the years we've been doing this, today by itself, I did the checking earlier today. I think this is the largest amount of escalations we've seen in a single day the entire time we've been in business on the air. It's honestly the craziest amount I've seen. I could list off at least 8 major escalations, all happening in the last 24 hours alone, which has got to be a record at least.
And I have to say that it is one hell of a record, that's without a doubt. And if y'all look right here, folks, you can see this right here on screen. All of these markers in dark gray that I just took a long scroll up and down, that's everything we have to cover today. So we are going to be covering everything I just mentioned in the first 8 minutes of the summary, and also a whole bunch of other stuff that we just can't even summarize at this point. We'll be getting into to cover the finer details of the major developments that have been happening over the course of the day. So with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into our stories of the day, starting with our largest ones first, and then moving our way on down into the other large stories throughout the night. I do highly encourage y'all, folks, to stick around throughout our entire news segment, because I cannot even exaggerate. Today, there is literally no such thing as small news. Every single one of these stories is a major breaking news development that, if it happened on any other day, it would be dominating our headlines. We had about 7 of these incidents happen in a singular day. Moving on from that and on into our first and major piece of breaking news for the day, we do have major breaking news coming out of the Islamic Republic of Iran of the ongoing revolution that we are reporting on inside of the country. The Islamic Republic of Iran at this point is entirely collapsing, from what we can understand, economically, strategically, and also I guess you could say politically, in a sense, as the Islamic Republic of Iran has generally lost grip on the entirety of the country, and at this moment it is in the process of slowly losing its last fingerholds on the control of the country. We have been able able to report over the earlier part of the day that the city of Abdanan, inside of the area of the Iraq-Iran border, had actually fallen completely to rebel forces. This city is quite close to the Iraqi border, but we do have to point out that Abdanan is within the major population centers of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This area of western Iran, west of Tehran, is actually the populated area of the country. Everything east of that is generally unpopulated, meaning that if a revolution or a rebellion is taking control of cities within this area, that means that Iran's governmental control over its actual significant population centers is being rapidly lost. We were able to see video and picture evidence from the ground today, showing us a little bit of what had happened in Abdanan, and showing us the massive unrest and the actions that the revolution had been taking. Mind you all, I want to show you all this here really quickly. Let me go and make sure to find Abdanan right here. This is the city of Abdanan. This is the entirety of it. It's a fairly important city for the Islamic Republic of Iran, but there are far larger ones throughout the country. And to give you all an idea of how popular this revolution currently is, this small city, which at its widest from what we can measure is roughly about 2 miles across, has this many people in the streets.
That's insane.
That's an absolutely insane number. It's literally an endless crowd. It's almost a human crush in terms of density. As far as we can see, about a mile down the road, which means that half of the city is literally enveloped in a giant mob that is in support of the active revolution. Here's the clip showing you all these people in the streets of Abdanan over the course of the day. We also saw an additional clip here. We see some people climbing up onto a billboard and ripping the billboard down. Unfortunately, we're not that fluent in Farsi, so we do not know what sort of slogan was on the billboard. We see the crowd chanting as the billboard is ripped down. Once again, a sign of anti-government resentment, or government resentment as a whole. Additionally, we also saw that apparently some sort of a grocery store that was operated by the IRGC. I really don't know a lot about IRGC economic ventures, but apparently the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, while supporting terrorist groups around the entirety of the Middle East, also apparently gets into the operation of running grocery stores. So I don't know how in the world that actually works, to be entirely honest with you all, and I didn't really have a lot of time to research that before we went live on air to tell you all exactly how that works. But apparently the Afag Khorasan grocery store, which is affiliated with the IRGC, was stormed and completely ransacked by the revolutionaries, once again as a sign of anti-government hatred and resentment by the revolutionaries. Here's the clip of them ransacking the grocery store. It looks like it's rice or some sort of grains that they're throwing around in the air.
I think it is rice.
I think it is, yeah. We see them bringing out more sacks and busting them. Holy moly! This guy has a machete.
Oh, that guy's got that very tanto-bladed machete right there. That's honestly impressive. Also, by the way, I tried to do some research on this because this is allegedly a grocery store controlled by the IRGC. I was not able to confirm that myself, but some people are claiming in our comment section on the video today that this was apparently not a grocery store, but more like a storehouse for the IRGC. So we're not totally sure who owns this or who controls it, but it's alleged to be IRGC related.
And that is correct. But we see this guy using his machete to pop open another one of these sacks of grain or rice. Now you see everyone continuing to throw it around in the air.
It almost looks like cream of wheat.
You know, it kind of does look like that. You know, kind of like cream of wheat, the Iranian government's about to be done in less than a minute.
Look at these guys in the ski masks. You got the guys in the shiesties. You got the guy in the bank robber outfit. This is a band of characters.
I mean, this is the streets are literally covered in rice at this point. You know, there was another time, folks, that at one time a hillside was covered in rice when a helicopter crashed in northern Iran. Very similar to that, at least with the rice here on the ground, but the other guy was actually the president of Iran. This is just rice, but they kind of sound similar.
Look at the various age brackets out here. You have young people, it looks like maybe in their teens. You have people who appear to be in their 20s and 30s. And occasionally you'll see an older individual, more in the Middle Ages, running around out there too. But mainly a lot of 20-year-olds, it looks like.
Yeah, it does seem as though it's a fairly young crowd that's involved in this revolution. Generally, that's how it always has been historically. As we see in most revolutions, usually it's actually the most active and physically fit, which usually are around their 20s, that are the main bulk of a revolutionary force. Even in 1979, when the Islamic Republic of Iran had its own revolution to take over the country, which is the government in charge right now, generally that revolution was conducted by the younger populations of the nation of Persia, which actually were around the same age. So fairly indicative of the sort of people inside of Iran and elsewhere around the world that conduct the revolutions. Meanwhile, moving on out of this city, because we'll be getting on into the more periphery developments throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran here in a little bit, but we're actually going to be jumping out of the city that fell today, which is Abdanan, and we're going to be moving on up into the area of Tehran, as there has been major, significant developments that have been happening in the streets of Tehran over the course of the day, some that are showing us that the Islamic Republic of Iran's government's time to exist is probably going to be running incredibly short. Moving us on into the developments within the city today, we did get to see that apparently stickers are now being posted around the country, just to show you this here really quickly, that apparently shows the President of the United States, and then in Farsi, it says something along the lines of, "We are waiting for the President." So apparently someone's getting involved in plastering these stickers around, apparently suggesting that the United States is about to get militarily involved inside of Iran, and generally we don't really know if that's true or not. We know it's true, but
Yeah, you know, when I saw this earlier today, I was like, you're telling me that the Iranian protesters had the time to go and have these made and printed stickers, that is, in the midst of the chaos, literally got the graphics for it and everything. To me, this was basically a sneaky way, in my personal opinion, of basically letting the Iranian government know that the CIA is on the ground inside of Iran, because I don't know if they really would have the time to go do this, like normal Iranians. They have to go get a lot of resources to get something like this done. So to me, it seems like more of a warning from the United States government.
it does seem like that to me, and a load of these were seen throughout the city of Tehran. Additionally, we also saw that in the midst of the ongoing revolutions within the capital of the country, the police are now starting to turn against the government and are beginning to join the revolution. As we saw some police on the rooftops today above the revolution actually showing that they openly supported them and showing no active resistance to the revolution, largely showing that the police within this area are sympathetic or completely supporting the ongoing revolution against the government. This is a fairly important thing to note, especially in the health or success of a revolution, is when someone starts to see that the revolution gains momentum and law enforcement groups that would generally be tasked with the responsibility of putting a revolution down begin to join them. That generally means that this is going to be the imminent collapse of a government. There's really no way to see otherwise, because once you start to lose the loyalty of the people that actually support the law enforcement and military apparatus that keeps the government intact and operational, you generally start to see that the government erodes not long after. But we can see in this clip the revolutionaries crowding below this building, and we can see the police up there actually raising their hands and appearing to generally be in support of the revolution.
And they got the security forces up there on the roof, like you know, crows in the crow's nest up there, like birds sitting up there and they're like perched up there.
Man, honestly, they kind of are. I think, man, they might have realized that the odds were against them because they're kind of stuck on a roof with no way to leave. So they're like, you know what, we might as well just join the revolution. Otherwise, these people are going to mob us, and there's really no way for us to escape.
That's a lot of damn people right there. There is no way, even with good crowd control methods, that you can get this group of people under control.
Absolutely not. I mean, this is quite literally, folks, out of control. There's no way that Iran could even try and put this revolution down at this point because there's just so many people involved in it. That's the end of that clip, but moving us on into our next one within Tehran, we also were able to see some absolutely crazy clips that came out of the bazaars and markets of the city of Tehran. Now, I would like to tell y'all exactly where these bazaars and markets were, as bazaar and market is generally an interchangeable term, but we can't really get into that all too much, as it appears that these incidents were happening throughout multiple markets and multiple bazaars of the city of Tehran. To put it short, markets and bazaars are incredibly important, especially within Middle Eastern countries or countries that are within the Near East, like the Republic of Turkey, as they generally serve as something along the lines of, say, a supermarket, at least for them culturally, and they are able to find most goods, wares, and foods that they would ever require within these larger markets. This also makes them something along the lines of a public forum, considering that everyone eventually has to go to the market. This makes it where it's fairly common to see people talking and engaging about significant developments. And not only that, at this point, this is also a centerpiece of the ongoing revolution, especially within the nation of Tehran. This means that we're now seeing that active clashes are happening in multiples of these bazaars and markets throughout the city, and we got 2 clips showing that today, including this one here, which was alleged to be from the area of the Aladdin market, which we tried to find earlier, but there was actually several of them that were called that, so I gave up on the search. But here's the clip. We see them in the mall, smoke all around them as they're flinging rocks at security forces.
Damn, looks like Aladdin's hit hard times.
I gotta be honest with you, I don't really think that magic carpet's really doing a lot here in the middle of this market.
I tell you what, no magic carpet's saving this situation. I can tell you what, they need the genie with the 3 wishes, more like it.
Man, I don't even think that's going to help out that much, to be entirely honest, either. We also got a more top-down view of what was going on, at least within what we believe might be the Aladdin market, but we're not really sure. This may have been a totally different market somewhere else in the city. But here's another clip showing the unrest that's happening within the city markets within the capital. See large crowds running as smoke fills the area. We assume that might be tear gas.
Also, by the way, there goes the tear gas right there, in fact, where they just threw it from the side of that building. But I've seen images claiming that the Iranians are using Chinese-made tear gas canisters. They're being thrown into these crowds out here. Apparently, at least the Chinese tear gas, if it is true, that appears to work. It appears to be dispersing people. But they're these really cheap-looking, like, gold canisters that they keep, like, handing out to the security forces, and they keep throwing them out everywhere, like you see here.
And I would have to say that is very interesting here. I actually did not hear about that earlier today, but apparently they're throwing the gold tear gas canisters into the crowd. We see the crowd continuing to disperse. There's a large mob of them over there, and there's another large mob behind the camera, about a 180 away. We can now hear some sort of screaming, as it appears that the crowd is surging forward in front of the camera. But that's the end of the clip as well, showing us at least the major unrest and disturbances happening within the markets. We've also been able to see other major incidents that have happened throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital today. But before we get on into the rest of our clips, I do want to ask y'all something here, folks, because the Iranian forces, as we just saw in the last clip, well, the clips before the market clips, actually appear to be turning a coat and generally supporting the ongoing revolution instead of fighting for the central government, which actually employs them and pays them. This is generally considered historically to be a telltale sign that a government is soon to collapse. If you do not have the loyalty of the military or the security forces, the government, as far as the political apparatus that exists, will not survive much longer. And this has led a lot of people to wonder what's going to be going on with this revolution, and whether it's going to be picking up a great deal of momentum, practically exponentially from this point onwards, or if this is going to continue on at a somewhat fast roll like it is right now, or if the Iranians can even turn the situation around and recover it, and stop their country, or at least their radical government, from completely collapsing. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So, like we saw in our last clip a moment ago, the Iranian security forces, at least in one city that we've seen, and we've also seen a couple of other clips suggesting that maybe this is happening in other places in Iran as well. But we saw in that one clip that apparently the Iranian security forces are perched like birds on the top of a building, and they appear to be giving thumbs up and saying that we like to the protesters on the ground. So, it's hard to tell if maybe they're just simply scared out of their mind and they're trying to agree to save their own skin, or maybe they're actually joining the protesters. To me, I've also seen more images coming out showing police forces apparently burning the Iranian flag. So, I mean, it seems to me like they're joining the protesters. That's going well above and beyond simply just trying to save their own skin. So, do you think this will accelerate? And 66% said yes, it will accelerate rapidly, while 13% said it depends on the next U.S. actions taken, obviously, by the United States, and 10% said no, it will remain isolated for now. And I would say, honestly, I think it will accelerate rapidly. There's two different reasons why it's going to do this. Number one, some of the police forces are actually sick of the regime. So they're like the protesters. They're also in poverty thanks to the really terrible decisions being made by Khomeini. So they want to change that. Also, there's other reasons as well. Like, for example, the protesters are probably getting sick and tired of also being bossed around by the regime. So for those several different reasons there, I think it will accelerate rapidly, and I'm with the 66%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, in my opinion, I think that this is going to be accelerating fairly rapidly at this point. If the police and the internal security services are not even on your side and their loyalty is questionable, the government cannot survive because there's literally nobody left as far as fighting forces to be able to protect the government from a public uprising or a revolution like we're seeing right now. So I'd have to be honest with y'all, folks. This is going to be accelerating rapidly at this point, as other security forces are probably going to see the other elements that are already turning and joining the revolution, and understanding that if they continue to try and fight for what appears to be a dying government with basically no public support, and even within the security forces there is wavering support, they might end up on a chopping block in the future, going to prison, or maybe even being executed by a new government that comes into power inside the country. So I have a feeling that a lot of people are probably going to stop their active support and resistance against the revolution in support of the government, due to the fact that it seems at this point to largely be futile, not only for the fact that a large amount of security forces are already turning against the Iranian government, also for the fact that the government is wildly unpopular at the moment. Now, this actually does bring us into a couple of other clips and information, or major bits of news that we've gotten out of Tehran, including the fact that the Iranians today have done something that I can only assume would be wildly unpopular with the Iranian public, as they actually struck the Sina hospital near to the Golistan Palace today, which has been a significant intake of revolutionaries that have been wounded in the streets by the Iranian security forces. It appears that they directly hit the building with some sort of an explosive or something else along those lines, which was a direct attack against the wounded revolutionaries within the hospital. This doesn't really paint your cause in support of the government in Iran to look that good, considering that they're attacking wounded and, at this point, completely immobilized revolutionaries that are inside of a hospital, along with hospital staff that were in the building at that time. We also saw that Tehran is also on fire as well. Generally, it just appears to be fires that were set by the revolutionaries at random, nothing in particular that was strategic, that was set on fire, at least in this clip, but here it is.
همه با غیرت ها بستن خیابونو با غیرت های گمرک.
Very smoky, I'd have to say. Smokey the Bear is getting quite worried about that. We also saw in the area of generally the suburbs between Tehran and Karaj, which is the major city off to the west, that within Fardis, they're now setting fire to the Islamic City Council building. You know, I gotta be honest with y'all, I really don't know what an Islamic City Council building is, because I feel like a city council is a city council no matter what. Like, it doesn't really matter what country you're in, it basically is the same system and function. So I don't really know what makes a normal city council an Islamic city council building. That's something that's a little bit unclear to me. Like, but anyways, they did burn it to the ground.
It's the Office of Oppression for the district.
Oh, you know, that must be the difference there. But, you know, a lot of people in Britain, they would call their city councils oppressive, like, you know, because nobody can get any sort of approval for planning or zoning commissioning from their city councils in Britain. So I guess they would call it that in the UK as well. And even in America, well, in America, we actually call them HOAs.
And they were lighting this thing up. Look at this. They got endless Molotovs.
Man, they got the endless Molotov hack, apparently. This guy had like 30 of them that he threw in.
Man, this is the new special in Iran called Endless Molotovs and Cocktails.
Bro, you know, in most countries, folks, they have something like unlimited soup and salad. Right now in Tehran, they have unlimited Molotovs and also rags, so how to set them on fire with. So pretty impressive right there. Very interesting to note. And also, by the way, one more thing. We did get to see, oh, actually, we'll save that for a minute. That's actually not about the revolution. We'll get to that, though. But moving on up into the area of the Kurdish regions of northwestern Tehran, we've also been able to hear that the Dialogue Center representing 7 Kurdish political parties is calling for a nationwide strike on January 8th, protesting the Islamic Republic's crackdown on demonstrations. So now the Kurds are getting actively involved as well, and they're a fairly significant population within the northwestern part of the country, just west of Tabriz. Moving us further on down as well and into the area of Malayar, we also were able to see a helicopter flying through the area in this clip. Yo, Hato Faz. Oh, that's a... That kind of...
What is that?
I mean,
why does it look like a Chinook?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. It kind of looks like a Chinook, really. I mean, it could be an MI's... I don't even know. It looks like a Chinook, folks. I don't know what helicopter that is, but that very much looks like a Chinook.
Let's see the skyline again. Like, back it up, and let's make sure that this is an accurate video here. So... does this appear to be Tehran? Because I'll be honest with you, that looks like a Chinook, but I mean, I'm kind of like doubting that that's actually a Chinook over that city.
Well, this is the city of Malayar, which is about 200 miles away from Tehran, so it's a totally different place.
Does the architecture even look Iranian?
Oh, yes. This looks... I can promise you, this looks Iranian, but that looks a lot like a Chinook. Which is very interesting. I don't know what to make of that one, to be entirely honest with y'all, folks. The U.S. is not in Iran right now. We would know. This happened about 10 hours ago, and nothing's come of it, so we would know if it was the Americans. But moving on out of that, and on over into the area of Elam, we also were able to see that the revolutionaries in Elam caught a police van on fire. They cooked that thing to the ground. Okay,
that's
so
the devil, apparently, here. Also, by the way, real quick, folks, I do want to make a clarification for a second. Iran operates CH-47 Chinooks, so they're very old, but they do operate them. They're usually not used by the Iranian military, but apparently they must have brought some out, because I really doubt that's the United States flying one over.
Let's see, Iranian Army equipment. I'm going to have to make sure to double check that, because they do have F-14s and some other U.S. equipment from an eon ago, so maybe they do have some very old CH-47s. So I just want to make sure on that really quickly, folks. So we're going to make it down to the rotary aviation segment of their equipment. Oh,
that's hideous. The Chinooks that they have, from what I'm reading here, it looks like they were acquired before the 1979 revolution. So these are very, very old, but they do operate them.
So, yeah, they actually do have CH-47 Chinooks, folks. They have 18 of them, and they are fairly early variants. So now we know, because they did have a lot of U.S. equipment. I don't know why I didn't put 2 and 2 together, Maddie. I was like, that's interesting. But actually, it is just an Iranian Chinook. So, you know, that's going to be very hard for the Iranians, folks, to figure out friend or foe identification, considering they also don't communicate like Venezuela. Because when the U.S. Chinooks start flying in, they're probably going to think that's theirs. Or they might even shoot down their own in confusion and fear. Who knows? But anyways, we can confirm that was an Iranian helicopter over the city of Malayar. Moving on down and out of that area, we are also going to be getting on down into the city of Nayrez, where we were able to see internal security forces once again firing in large volleys into the crowds.
Oh, wow. Yikes. I would highly doubt that those are beanbag rounds.
They didn't really sound like it, but hopefully we won't hear of any significant casualties, although I'll just be completely frank with you all, there's definitely significant casualties within the town of Nayrez within Iran. It does appear that the central government, wherever they have the forces available, is getting incredibly desperate, and they're basically conducting massive retaliatory attacks against the revolutionaries and trying to wipe out as many of them as they can, and basically put the population into fear. That doesn't really seem to be working all too well, though, because in a lot of areas, the security forces are joining the revolution, and it also appears that, at least from the central government news we got out of Tehran today, the situation isn't really going to be getting all that better. And we have been able to see, of course, over the course of the day, that the revolutionaries have begun blocking roads and taking over sections of Iran's capital, which we were showing a little while ago. And a lot of people are wondering what's going to be coming out of that sort of action. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so the rioters are clearly trying to centralize inside of Tehran because that is the capital, so it's significant to take the capital city, obviously. And now we've seen that rioters have begun blocking roads. And in fact, in that video we watched earlier where we saw some fires in the street, behind the smoke there was actually a large charter bus that was actually apparently hijacked by protesters, according to what I had heard, and it was blocking the road going into Tehran. So they're actually blocking roads, and they're also taking over sections of the capital. Now, granted, they're not holding them for long because they're getting moved along because obviously security forces are coming in and opening fire with real rifles on the protesters. So what happens next? 68% said Tehran will fall very soon, while 16% said Tehran will hold strong for now, and 4% said it's not that severe and it's fine. So with this being the capital, as much as I would like to say that it is going to fall soon, I doubt that Tehran, of all cities, will be the first to fall. I think they will hold strong for now because obviously that's where the government's at. The government's going to probably put all the resources they have into the capital to ensure that it does not fall. So I would imagine that this will probably be one of the last cities to fall. I would be shocked if it was one of the first. So I'm with the 16%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would have to be with, I'd have to be with a 68%. I don't think Tehran's going to be lasting all too long. When I say very soon, I don't mean within hours or maybe a few days. I'm saying this maybe within a few weeks, because this revolution is probably going to take a couple of months to reach its zenith, if we want to call it that. It's not even at its zenith right now. And so with that in mind, I have a feeling that Tehran is probably going to be falling at some point within the future. I'd say within maybe several weeks at this point, but it's not going to be falling overnight or within the next few days. That is largely assured at this point. But when you start to lose the control of your internal security forces within a city, you're basically losing the city at that point. Because the only way to try and stop these revolutionaries at this point, at least as far as the Iranian government's perspective would be concerned, is to just start butchering loads of them. That's at least how the Iranian government's going to look at it, because the only other option that the government would have in Iran right now is to give significant concessions to the revolutionaries to where they kind of get what they want for the most part, but the Iranian government as it exists right now technically remains intact. They're obviously not going to accept that. They've made that clear already. So the only other option they have is to start conducting significant massacres and start butchering loads of people. The problem is, though, is that Khamenei's not going to be out there with an AK doing that himself. It's going to have to be the forces that besiege the IRGC and the local police that do the dirty work for him. And they're not doing it. They're giving up at this point and joining the revolution and actually starting to go against the government. So at that point, when you see a situation like that, not only are you not seeing any active resistance against the revolution, you're actually losing your very forces and then seeing them turn to join the revolution and take up the very arms that they were supposed to use to put down the revolution against you. Generally, at that point, it becomes a snowball effect, and a city won't last that long once this starts to begin. So I'll have to say a couple of weeks from now, we might see that Tehran is generally under revolutionary control. But it's time for us folks to get on into the internal government situation within Tehran, and then we'll be getting into the external situation for the Iranians here in a moment. According to information that we have been able to hear, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, has actually urged nationwide protests on Thursday and Friday. I will not show you all this clip. We're not sure if it's copyrighted, and also it didn't have an English translation, but in the clip, he generally spoke to the Iranian public, encouraged them to continue on their protests, or generally revolution, and to also continue their protests and revolutions through Thursday and Friday. We've also been able to see, additionally, that the national police chief came out on TV, and I gotta be honest with y'all, I don't really know where they got the national police chief. I think that they got him near to that, like, that grungy green character that lives in the trash can on Sesame Street. I think he was like his next door neighbor or something. But they brought him out on national TV today, and he was telling everyone that he was going to put him down and everything else. I gotta be honest with y'all, I really can't get over the fact that this guy looks busted. Like, it really is hard to move beyond the fact this is the most busted looking police chief I've ever seen.
This guy looks like he came out of a cereal box or something. This is crazy work here. This guy right here, I mean, he could qualify as a pirate. This guy right here. I mean, he's an interesting looking fella.
You know, back in the day, Matthew, they actually say that at one point he was living in the United States in the 1930s, and everywhere you would go, the police would come up to him and say, "Get out of here, you damn hobo! There's no jobs for you here." It's like, man, this guy's rough. But anyways, let y'all listen to Oscar the Grouch's next door neighbor tell y'all about how he's going to put down the revolutionaries. So the police chief, he apparently mumbles. So not only does he look like a hobo, he also mumbles generally like one as well. I think, folks, to be entirely honest with y'all, they just found some guy living under the nearest bridge in Tehran and just put this uniform on him and said, "You are now the chief of police, make some statement." And the whole clip is him talking about how he's going to put down the revolutionaries, but this guy's put down on looks already. He's already, beat down pretty badly from whatever that is. But
بعد از جزاسازی صف معترضین از آشوبگران با آشوبگران
well,
he's a very soft-spoken guy right here for him to be saying such nasty things and trying to commit crimes and things like that. He's a very soft-spoken individual. Don't underestimate him, though. He might have a little bit of that dog in him. You never can tell.
Also, by the way, I got to steal this joke from the chat. Big shout out to Urbix Fester before I even say it. You know, Matthew, the United States has the amazing movie RoboCop and all of the sequels that came afterwards and prequels. Iran has actually unveiled, folks, the brand new movie HoboCop, where they'll be following around the national police chief in his escapades to attempt to put down the revolution while failing significantly. We'll be moving on from that guy because there was no English translation for what he was saying, but we have heard, folks, that in the midst of the chaos and in the midst of the harm and damage that's being caused within the country, the great leader, Ali Khamenei, has come up with a great idea to fix the ongoing revolution. Generally, the ongoing revolution, from what we now understand due to the research that we've been doing, is because Iran is actually in the midst of a significant economic depression that came on quite suddenly and does not appear to be abating. This has led to the public, who already had a great deal of animosity against the Iranian government, taking out all of their hatred due to the fact that they are basically unemployed and have no jobs on the government right now. Khamenei has understood the situation quite openly, and he does understand that they are going to be working towards some form of a solution to try and fix the problem. Many people will remember that some leaders in their final moments have tried to fix those issues, like, for example, the Bourbon monarchy in France in the 1780s generally came up with the idea of trying to provide some limited support to the peasantry. Many people will famously remember that the queen at the time, Marie Antoinette, actually stated, very aloofly, "Let them eat cake." It appears that Ali Khamenei has decided that this sort of an approach is one of the best, and he has now offered a whopping $3.50, I'm sorry, actually it's $7, which is twice the amount of $3.50, a month to every citizen in the country to help with the economic crisis. $7 a month.
Also, by the way, I was doing a quick translation while you were saying that. $7 equals 294,875 Iranian rial, which what is the? Let's see here. What is the average salary in Iran? Let's see what this is. So the average salary in Iran varies significantly, but hovers around 400 to 500 USD monthly. So it is actually as insulting as it sounds. $7 a month is like covering someone's like Netflix subscription or something, or maybe a coffee or something like that. That's barely anything, which is just purely insulting.
Well, Matthew, are you absolutely desecrating the generosity of the benevolence of his supreme leadership, Ali Khamenei?
Absolutely.
I'd agree. Man, I honestly wouldn't really disagree. I mean, $7 a month, folks, is not really going to be getting anyone much of anything. I mean, at this point, folks, if you tried to give a homeless person in America $7, they'd be insulted. I mean, that's hardly anything in America. Much less in Iran. I mean, like, right now, most of these people are unemployed, and the Iranian solution is to give them $7 a month. Like, that's like most kids in America, folks, get more allowance money from their parents than $7 a month. Like, that's just ridiculous right there. I've never heard of such a thing. Really insanity. I mean, just to be entirely straight up with everyone, absolute unmitigated insanity. $7 a month is going to fix the economic crisis, according to Khamenei. I mean, hell, I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. A lot of people whined and moaned about the U.S. stimulus packages when they came out, and they were like, $2,000 doesn't really cover much of anything. I'll be straight up, folks. We still live in the greatest country, because, yeah, $2,000 didn't really cover a whole lot in the middle of the pandemic, but $7 a month is covering far less. Like, I think we can all kind of agree on that. So I think they're not really going to be fixing this issue. If anything, this sounds so out of touch, this might even get more people to turn against the government at this point. We'll have to wait and see. But we have one last piece of news to cover, and it's one that's fairly important. The Islamic Republic of Iran is starting to deal with a lot of external issues. A lot of them, as a matter of fact. Two big ones, Israel and the United States. And it appears that it's going to be coming around the corner that this situation is going to be going quite poorly. But before I get y'all into all of the details of the international situation Iran's currently in, I do want to ask y'all about the tree 50 times 2 a month that Khamenei's going to be given to all the folks out in Iran, and whether y'all think that's going to appease people or make them more angry. And Matthew, what does our unanimous poll say about this? And what does your unanimous opinion agreeing with the poll say about this? And what does my unanimous opinion, also agreeing with the absolute majority on the poll, say about this issue?
All right, so we have seen that we just went over just then that Iran is offering $7 a month to civilians to quell the riots breaking out across Iran, and will this work at all? 88%, like the majority, 88% said no, people will get more angry as a result of this, while 5% said yes, people will accept it and calm down, and 4% said it's a 50-50 chance. So essentially what this is a bribe. This is no solution to any of the problems that the Iranian people are actually trying to protest about. This is purely trying to bribe the civilians into submission, and it's not going to work because there's a huge problem. The Iranian government literally funnels millions and millions of dollars allegedly, and also really not allegedly, we do know it's the case, that they're funneling money out to these proxy groups across the Middle East to conduct harassment and terrorism against people. And that's been documented before. So this, I mean, they can only come up with $7 a month for their people, but yet they can spend millions on terrorism essentially. So the people are going to get more angry. I'm with the 88%. They are certainly going to get very angry over this. In fact, it's probably going to be more destructive than helpful, I would imagine. But Enforcer, what say you?
The Iranians just offered to the entire economic crisis the penny chipped and used napkin principle from the SpongeBob series as a fix to the economic problems. I gotta be entirely honest with y'all. $7 isn't gonna be fixing anything. If anything, this is probably gonna get people even more irate. And so I'll just be honest with y'all, this just made the situation a lot worse for them. I mean, a million times worse. Because if y'all had heard, folks, that the U.S. economy had basically collapsed overnight, and you're almost out of a job, or you're out of a job, and then they offer you the solution of, here's like $50 a month from the U.S. government via Uncle Sam, a lot of people are going to be very outraged, even more so outraged than getting no help, because the help that you're getting is literally practically pointless and basically token help to make it look like they care, but they really don't. So I would have to say that's generally how it's going to go. I would have to be with the 87%, which is a overwhelming majority by far that believes that opinion. They're going to be getting a whole lot angrier. And so with that, we are going to be moving on from the penny, chip, and used napkin of the Iranian financial assistance, and we're going to be moving on into the international news that now affects Iran. Because today we've heard that they are apparently going to be threatening preemptive action, because the Iranian Defense Council understands that America and Israel seem to be gearing up to possibly hit them again. So they have stated that they may take preemptive actions if threats are detected amid the ongoing tensions with the Israelis. That was according to Tehran Times today, and we have already been able to see that they're starting to deploy air defense forces, some of the finest seen in the world, if you're not from the West. They have deployed what appears to be a whopping and incredible, what appears to be a Buick M3, I would assume some sort of a TADS, which is an air detection system, or a radar, basically. So I'm assuming that there's a Buick M3 in the area somewhere, and that's what they have deployed around here. Buicks were under the use of the Venezuelans during the operation to capture Maduro. They didn't really do that well. So I have a feeling that this air defense isn't really going to be doing them well again, because if y'all remember, in the last 12-day war, the Iranians basically shot at nothing with their air defense the entirety of the war, and they got obliterated without even really seeing who was firing at them, because they used crappy air defense systems. The Venezuelans just got that lesson as well in real time by the U.S., and now they're rolling these things out again Iran and acting like it's going to give them a chance at saving themselves, which it definitely isn't. The Israelis have also stated today that they are apparently issuing emergency preparedness warnings through the Home Front Command to prepare for a major war with the Iranians, and air defenses are now being deployed around the major city of Tel Aviv, and emergency drills are underway. Israeli authorities have told local officials to prepare for a possible state of emergency. We've only seen this when the Israelis were about to start conducting strikes on Iran in the 12-day war. Additionally, the U.S. has also given a green light for the Israelis to go on the offensive against Hezbollah within Lebanon, generally showing that the U.S. is giving the Israelis wider permission to conduct attacks against the Iranian proxy groups, while the U.S. is also building up forces within the Middle East to prepare for an attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran, most likely directly, here within the very near future. Situation, in short, is not looking great for Iran, both internally and externally. They are facing significant threats that can end and destroy the government, basically outright, within their country. So moving on out of Iran, because we finally have gotten through all of that news, folks, we have to move on, and not that far, pretty much just up north in Syria, outside of Israel, because we have now heard of huge news happening inside of Syria, because the civil war in Syria appears to be starting again, but this time between two major factions. The Syrian interim government and the Syrian Democratic Forces, basically being the only two major factions left inside of the conflict. But before we move on into that, folks, I do have to say that we have had a whopping amount of people here tonight once again, and we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative of all of y'all being here once again with us tonight and enjoying the stream within its first hour. We have gotten 103,000 people here within the first hour and a peak viewership of nearly 20,000 people. We are always honored and greatly appreciative to know that some of y'all enjoy this channel and consider it to be your primary source of news, and make sure to stick around, folks, because we have an unbelievably large amount of news left to go from literally around the rest of the world. We have only covered this little smidging right here in the Middle East. If you look at this map and every marker in dark gray, we have to cover all of that for the rest of the night, so we still have a long way to go in news coverage, and a lot of important news to cover at that. But before we get on into the outbreak of what appears to be a second Syrian civil war starting again today, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to address a couple of questions. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat of the night, this one goes to Nick Hines, and Nick puts in a $20 support, and thank you very much, good sir, for that support as well. He said, it's going to be a crazy news day in LSA Central.
Oh, and I definitely agree. It's been a crazy news day today, and it's definitely going to be a crazy news year, because this year has started off strong. Like, and I'm not even exaggerating, folks. Every single day starting this year has been an insanely large day in terms of news. And I gotta say that we're entirely honored and appreciative to know that so many of y'all are continuing to watch this channel in the new year, as we cover all of this major breaking news that's coming out from around the world. And I gotta thank you massively, personally, for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. Folks like you who go out of their way to support this channel make this thing a possibility and a reality for us to run every single day. We have absolutely no ads on these live streams, and we have absolutely no sponsors. So it is entirely crowdfunding and crowd support from our viewers that makes this kind of news coverage a reality every single day. And thanks to folks like you, we're able to be here to be able to cover all of the major and insane news that's breaking out every single day around the world this year. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Will Riley. And thank you very much, Will, for that support. And also, it is good to see you. Once again, it has been a minute. And Will said, greetings from my evil secret bunker in Iran, and love as always. I can't read that part, but he said, Mr. D. Cheney.
Oh, well, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running all the way from your evil bunker in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Very interesting to hear that you have one of those. I've heard that that's apparently prime real estate these days. Committee might be trying to crowd into that thing. But still, humongous thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And welcome back. It's been a minute since you've been here. And I got to say, we're greatly appreciative to have you here once again. And we thank you incredibly for enjoying this channel and supporting it so that we can keep this thing rolling and keep the news coming in every single day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news from around the world, starting in Syria. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so this one goes to Live Animal, who put in a $15 support, and thank you, Live Animal, as well, for once again supporting the channel. And they said, has the IRGC lost control of the Strait of Hormuz, and isn't that critical?
Not yet. We haven't seen the IRGC or any of Iran's naval capabilities significantly weakened or destroyed as a result of this ongoing revolution. So right now, the Iranians still have the potential capability of threatening the Strait of Hormuz, although they're most likely distracted a little bit too much with the internal situation to try and exploit that at the moment. So their abilities to try and block the strait have not been hindered at all from what we would know, but still, they probably won't do that anyways because they have larger fish to fry right now inside of Iran. So I hope that does address that the best we can, and a humongous thanks to you as well for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, it's time for us to now move on into Syria. Because one thing is for sure, Syria is still highly unstable. And moving us on into the major news of the day, we're actually going to be getting on into Damascus, as we did hear that apparently the Israelis and the Syrian interim government forces have had a little agreement, apparently negotiated by the U.S., to set up a dedicated communication cell under U.S. supervision to share intelligence and seek military de-escalation on the ground, basically trying to get Israel and Syria to calm it down a little bit. So that appears to be what's going on at the moment in between Israel and Syria, so it may be the case that tensions will start to de-escalate between the two, but I find that to be somewhat unlikely, to be entirely honest with y'all, considering that Jelani has basically shown himself to be a terrorist that's in control of most of Syria. And speaking of that, we do have to get up into Aleppo. I remember back in the day, folks, it was a long time ago, that when we were growing up, there was this guy who was running in the 2016 presidential election. He was an independent, and somebody asked him from the press, "What do you think of what's going on in Aleppo?" You remember that, Matthew? And that guy said, "What the hell is even Aleppo?"
Yes, I remember that. I remember it like it was yesterday.
And he said it like it was an object, like a Folgers coffee mug that you bought from like the store with coffee grounds. And he was like, "What the hell is an Aleppo?" He literally said an Aleppo like it was an object and not a city. And since then, folks, Aleppo has always been stuck in my mind because I always remember that guy saying that in the most bewildered way. What the hell is an Aleppo? But beyond that, Aleppo has once again become a major battleground, and Aleppo has been a major battlefield throughout the entirety of the First Syrian Civil War, and it also appears to be the beginning of the battlefield for the Second Syrian Civil War. There's a very small quarter of Aleppo that is actually controlled by the Syrian Democratic Forces. It's kind of near to the area of the Aleppo International Airport and Hanano, which is within the northeastern area of the city of Aleppo. And it appears that, at least over the course of the day, the Syrian interim government has now conducted an offensive against that group within that quarter of the city. We were able to see clips of the HTS forces, or generally what is kind of called the SIG at this point, firing into Aleppo against this group with heavy artillery, seen in this clip. We all know Syria.
I tell you what, they got to chill out with the big boom after that.
I'm not going to lie, folks. You always know a Syrian clip because in Iran, you just hear people chanting. In, say, Israel, you hear people chanting, or you just hear people screaming at each other. In any other Middle Eastern country, it's just norm. You know, it's just what you would hear anywhere else in the world. When you get to Syria, they always have to throw out that catchphrase at least once in every video, or maybe 90 times. So you always know it's Syria whenever you hear that in a clip, because they say it in every damn clip. So here's another clip of this artillery piece. Now, I gotta be honest with y'all, this is actually kind of a little ingenious. They apparently took a normal delivery truck of some sort, or like a semi with a fixed bed, and they mounted what appears to be a D-20 onto it. Now, I have never seen anyone jerry-rig some sort of a Caesar-type SPG in my life, except for the SIG. Like, this is actually the first time I've ever seen something like this that has been cheaply made and appears to be held together by spit and glue. But I gotta say that that's actually pretty wild to see that they apparently made themselves at least their own homegrown variant of a Caesar SPG.
فرقة 72 استهداف تجمعات قسد. يلا صايم بالله.
And they fired it right over the cab?
Dang, man, they almost blew the top of the cab. I think they might have damaged the roof.
I think it probably busted like a hole in that thing.
No way that survived. Damn, man, these people are letting off all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I would have. They're letting off a lot. Let's see if we can see the roof here, folks. I mean, there's stuff flying out of the cab, so I'd take a good, decent assumption the roof just got blown off by that, considering the muzzle blast was literally on top of the roof, literally right on it, you know?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Dude, they built their shitbox Caesar SPG, and then they obliterated it by firing the thing right on the roof. You would think, folks, like if you were smart, all right? If you were smart as the battery commander running this thing, what I would have told them is to angle the truck at an angle, and then you know, change the traverse of the gun so that way it's facing more so off to the left or right side of the vehicle, so that way the muzzle blast literally isn't blasting through the roof. Apparently that sort of common sense isn't really common in Syria. Anyways, we also got to see them firing this little crappy mortar here, apparently filming it on some sort of a Timu. And also, I don't know what propellant they're using in their mortar rounds, but apparently they're using the Plagues of Egypt, because that's solid black, whatever that is, coming out of the tube. And while that is generally unburned propellant, that amount of unburned propellant is, to be entirely honest with y'all, somewhat concerning.
Allahu Akbar.
And of course we know it's Syria. There's the old catchphrase.
Allahu Akbar.
And they did it again. You just know it's
Are they
Syria.
saying that because they're not sure it was going to blow up on them or something? Or isn't that saying, like, praise the Lord or something, if you translate it?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, it pretty much is. Man,
I don't think you necessarily want to say that while you're firing munitions to take people out. I'm not sure that's an appropriate phrase to use.
Man, I gotta be honest with you, man. It's really bizarre, folks, when you think about this, because this would be like the Delta Force showing up in Caracas, and every time they took out a Cuban Special Forces guy, they went, bam, bam, praise the Lord, bam, 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 praise the Lord. It's like, what the hell? It's like, that's just bizarro. Like, it's just whack. But that's Syria. Like, that's literally been Syria on every side that we've ever seen so far. Moving on out of those clips, we also were able to hear that apparently flights to Aleppo International Airport have been suspended. And a lot of people went, oh, it must be bad because the flights to the airport were suspended. My initial reaction to that was, the airport was even open? Because for 10 straight years, it was in the middle of a battlefield, like an actual front line outside of Aleppo, and was war-torn. I mean, look at the runway on this thing. It's not in good shape. And apparently it was open? When? I don't even know when. Like, I gotta be entirely honest with y'all, that was an absolute shock to me that it was even open. Because the entire time that we had been covering the news, I'd assumed that even the SIG had kept the thing closed because it had taken damage in the Civil War, but apparently not. So, whoever the pilots were that were flying into this airport, apparently they not only had to understand the gates and terminals involved at this airport, they also had to get a general idea of the crater holes in the runway as well, to avoid, so that way they didn't end up, you know, running the landing gear into a pothole in the middle of the runway. So, a little bit wild with that. I gotta be honest with y'all, I didn't even know it was open. But moving on from that, we also were able to see larger armored movements of the SDF moving into Aleppo. I'm sorry, the SIG, correction. That's a lot of BMPs.
That is quite a lot. Also, are these civilians just going past the whole thing?
Yeah, I think that was the pizza delivery guy right here.
That might be a taxi, I think.
Who in the world's getting a taxi in Aleppo?
Well, I mean, they might have seen the military convoy rolling in and said, well, I might want to leave.
Driver, take me to the nearest airport. It's closed. Oh,
honestly, I would want to leave. I'd be like, take me out of here. Like, just take me to the perimeter of the city and I'll just start walking. I want out.
Man, but then you walk right into an ISIS checkpoint, like just right down the highway.
Well,
it's like,
you know, now that you mention it, you might want to just stay where you're at. Don't take a taxi after all.
Man, you're like, I'll just start walking. 5 miles later, you see the dudes flying the ISIS flag, pulling out their crappy butter knives. You're like, oh, damn it. Like, it's like, man, I should have just stayed in Aleppo.
It's always those butter knives, too. They're always the dullest butter knives that nasty group uses. Just so nasty, nasty, nasty. They have never heard of a whetstone, apparently. They just, sharpening is not in their vocabulary.
Hey, Ahmed, are you ready to get this, dude? Of course. I have the butter knife that my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather used back when the Turks took over this place in the 1500s. Oh, splendid. It's like, okay. That's a lot of guys. We also got another clip of this as well in another area of the city. I'll show you all that right here.
You say that this is the SDF, or is this the Syrian army?
This is the SIG. So this would be Jelani's guys.
Okay, so the Syrian army. Yeah, the SIG is confusing, but apparently it's just the Syrian army.
Yeah, it is the Syrian army of the SIG, the Syrian Interim Government, as we call it. Or some people are going back to calling it the HTS because they're basically terrorists. Everyone said that peace was coming to Syria, including us as well. We were quite optimistic. It appears that we were sorely mistaken. We've also been able to see the same clip here. We'll pass that one. And we have a third clip here also showing the armor from another angle. Got to give a shout out to the random dude riding his dirt bike in the middle of an armored column. He's got balls. He's got gusto. I'll give it to him. Not long after these videos came out of the column entering the city, we then saw major firefights breaking out everywhere. First, we were able to see that one of the SIG vehicles that had entered the city had actually been destroyed by the SDF and was burning in the street. Little nearby firefight going on right there. We also were able to see in another clip more of the fighting going on in Aleppo. Take a little gander at this. Can't really see a lot, but we can hear a lot.
Oh, okay.
Oh! I don't know what that is, folks. I would assume it's a BMP-2 hitting a building with HE rounds from its autocannon. Maybe. Dang.
They're letting loose.
They are lighting that thing up. We also got another clip of another firefight happening within the area of Aleppo. This one was wild because you could actually see the flashes down the street. Right there.
Oh. This guy's like a southerner. They run out when tornadoes are coming to film them instead of running to the basement. This guy ran outside. He saw literally the street getting lit up to hell, and he said, "Let me go outside and film this."
I'm not gonna lie, folks. I've never seen such a cinematic-looking muzzle flash from a gun that lights up a whole building. That was literally like a movie scene right here. I've never seen anything like that, actually, folks. Usually you'll see, the tracer fire, especially if it's a longer range shot that they're making, but you very rarely ever see a muzzle flash light up a whole building like that. That's actually pretty unique as far as combat footage that we've ever seen. But that is what's happening in Aleppo right now, and it appears that the Syrian Interim Government and the Syrian Democratic Forces, which are the two main factions in the country right now, are going to be going to war, with the Syrian Interim Government most likely having the intention of trying to take over the entirety of the country and crush the SDF. It does appear that a lot of people are talking about the situation right now and wondering if Syria is going to collapse back into a civil war. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so what we saw in all those clips right there, it's Jelani's government, the current, I guess you could say the official government in Syria, if you want to call it that. The real government in Syria, which is Jelani, that's fighting with the SDF, the Syrian Democratic Forces, and that's the other faction they're fighting against. And you can tell it's clearly going very badly because they're fighting in the streets everywhere, and also huge military deployments happening at the same time. So today it got so bad, like we mentioned, they closed the Aleppo airport. So do you believe that Syria is likely going to collapse? And the poll is pretty much all over the place. 33% said no, Syria will struggle but survive, while 27% said it seems like a 50-50 chance, and 28% said yes, Syria will 100% collapse. And I'm with the 33%. I think Syria will struggle in the short term, but maybe survive. There's so many factions fighting. I'm not really sure even, like, this is just one group fighting right here, the Syrian government fighting the SDF. And there's other groups fighting around the country as well. And also there's ISIS that jumped in as well. So it seems like it would collapse. Actually, let me change my vote. I'm with the 27%. I think it's a 50-50 chance, actually, that it falls. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say that it is very unfortunate to hear that the Aleppo airport is closed. I actually was able to get a picture of that earlier today right here. But outside of that, I generally say that I think that I would be with the opinion of the 27%. There's a 50-50 chance that the government may just completely collapse at some point here in the near future. And we may see that the country ends up divvying itself up into multiple different factions once more and goes into a second civil war. Because clearly Jelani is getting very little support within Syria, due to the fact that we're seeing that he's basically massacring everyone that's not a Sunni Arab. So that generally doesn't really get you a lot of support. That's actually what led to the start of the first Syrian civil war, and I have a feeling that's going to be the likely reason why the second Syrian civil war begins here really soon, because they basically replaced Assad with Assad, just looking a little bit different and having a beard, instead of looking like some form of a Muppet or some sort of a messed up taxidermy fox. But nevertheless, I hope that does address that. And you know the one I'm talking about, right, Matthew? Like the, let's see, the taxidermy fox meme. Let me go get that really quickly. This, folks, I'm not even joking. It's basically what Assad looks like. Like, he looks a lot like that.
Honestly, I could see that. I really see the resemblance.
I mean, it's not far off at all, because if you pull up Assad, let's see here. Assad dictator. Let me put that in. I'll get him. Oh, I spelled it wrong. It's Assad.
Oh.
Oh, man, let's see here. Let me go get him. I mean, he does look a lot like that, doesn't he?
I would say it's pretty close. I think that, yeah, there we go. That picture there, that's closer. What is that fox seen? Like, I mean, this fox right here has seen something. It says stoner fox. Oh, it's a stoner.
Huh.
Interesting. I thought it was like honestly, a stoner. I mean, this thing looks like it's beyond stoner. This thing's got PTSD.
Are we going to get committee next? I got a question.
Where'd this thing come from? This is a different thing.
I don't know, but this was published by Natalia on Meeks. So,
man, why is this one kind of cute though?
This one is kind of cute. This one is Assad 100%. Right there. You know, folks, I've been spelling Assad wrong the entire time. It's actually spelled with 2 S's instead of 1. I'd always spelled it with 1 S. And apparently it's 2. So he's Bashar al-Assad. So he's got that ass, like he actually does in his name. But anyways, with that, folks, it's enough of looking at the uncanny resemblance that he has to Stone Fox here. But moving on from that and on out of the news inside of Syria, it's now time for us to get on into our next war, which is going to be Thailand and Cambodia, which is going to be a very short segment. The war has restarted again, and the violence has escalated, in short. The Thai are now conducting mortar strikes against Cambodian positions, and also airstrikes as well, due to the fact that the Cambodians conducted an attack on a Thai outpost just yesterday and ended up wounding several Thai service members. And we're going to be muting that because they're playing those lo-fi beats. Ka-chunk!
Also, by the way, I think this is old footage, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not recent. We don't have any recent footage from the recent fighting. It's just simply the announcement that it's restarted.
Are you sure? Because I had this footage right... Oh! This is from December. Never mind, folks. I, for some reason, was not paying attention to that. We did get to hear, though, that apparently there was a drone that hit the Cambodians. I don't know if that's from now or if that was from earlier, but some footage did come out, and the war has restarted, but now Matthew's got me questioning if any of this footage is new.
I hate to do it. I hate to do it to you, but that's also old footage right there. They used that right before they signed the ceasefire agreement. The last one that just got broken, that drone attack that you saw there occurred right before the ceasefire was signed. So sadly, none of that footage is recent. That is from the last time the ceasefire was in effect.
All right, we're just going to get rid of all those then, because I'm not going to have y'all look at old clips. We don't put those on the map, and once we find out they're old, we get rid of them. So currently the war is going on between the two again, and that is what it is. So moving on out of Thailand and Cambodia, it is time for us to go up to North Korea, as we were able to hear that the Fatty tested out a new hypersonic missile. They put out some pictures today that I guess were supposed to be, like, awe-inspiring. and you see this large rotundness watching as the hypersonic flies away. I would be honest with y'all, if they tried to put him on top of that hypersonic, that thing would have never made it off the ground. But apparently, the North Koreans are now claiming that they also possess and are fielding hypersonic missiles. I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. Hypersonics were made out to be this big deal by the Russians and the Chinese, but if the North Koreans can put together some scraps and make one, how hard can it be to make a hypersonic missile? And the answer is it's not hard at all. It's literally the easiest thing to do in the world, because we had the technology sorted out in the 1950s to make one of these. It's just that we never made them because they're completely useless, just to be entirely honest with everyone. So, I gotta say, though, folks, the guy is quite large. Like, very large. I mean, look at him, Matthew. I mean, that coat probably doesn't even fit him.
He's large, but you gotta look at this. I mean, Kim loves cinematography. Like he has this idea in his head. He wants to be an action figure so bad, like out of a movie. Like he wants to be like essentially the North Korean version of Tom Cruise. He comes out with he's probably wearing a leather jacket. It's usually what he wears to these tests. He wants to come out looking like he's a real badass coming out here to these tests. And you can see here they've got the guys like shaded out, like looking like it's a movie or something. It's really crazy. I'll be honest with you though, I don't think that North Korea is doing this on their own accord. There's no way that North Korea came up with a hypersonic on their own. I really doubt that. Either they're lying about it being hypersonic or they're getting help from China. It's got to be one or the other because they simply don't have the money to do the research to actually pull that off.
I would say it's actually not that hard, man. If we had the tech figured out in the 50s, which we could have easily made one back in the 1950s, so we just decided not to because it was completely redundant to make one. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard for the North Koreans to make one.
I still doubt it. I'll be honest with you. I doubt it. I think that they're either lying about it or something. Because we're still working on our hypersonics. Remember, the United States is still working on it.
No, actually, we have some. Like we have the long-range hypersonic weapons, the LRHWs, that are already in service. They're pictured here.
And how long have they been in service, though?
About a year and a half now.
I mean, it's still brand new, basically. And also, I think they're still testing it because, I mean, we just covered that the other day. They were still testing this weapon in some form or another. So I don't believe that North Korea did it on their own. I don't believe so.
Well, actually, there's an artillery battery that's based out of Washington State that actually operates these. Like, it's in actual field service. It has been for a year and a half.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still very fresh. You're telling me that something we just came out with that fresh, that North Korea just developed it on their own accord with no money?
Well, yeah, I mean, they developed a nuclear weapon with no help from the outside world. Like, literally nobody helped them, and they did that.
How do we know that?
Well, we know that because we have satellite evidence and proof to show every single facility from start to finish that is involved in producing and finishing a nuclear weapon. Like you can literally see all of them on satellite footage, and I could go find the ones that do all of the uranium ore gathering, the enrichment, and then also the final assembly. Like all of those facilities are seen on satellite. You can literally see them all. They weren't given nuclear weapons. They actually built them from the ground up, and literally nobody knew that they were doing that until they tested one in 2007.
Yeah, but I mean, just because North Korea has the facilities on their soil, though, doesn't mean they're necessarily doing it on their own. I've always believed for a long time, with North Korea having very little funds, very little scientists that have the expertise to pull this off, they're definitely getting external help. I don't think that's disputed by many people. They're definitely getting external help. Either China or Russia, one of those countries, have been feeding them the knowledge or the information or the research to pull this off for a long time. They may be building it on their own territory, but they're not the ones behind it.
I would generally doubt that because there are a lot of countries that develop nuclear weapons entirely on their own, like Israel and South Africa and the UK and France and the Soviet Union and Pakistan and India, and then also Iran that's working on theirs right now. And you don't necessarily need to have external help to make a nuclear weapon. I mean, back in the 1950s, the US just tried to see how easy it would be for anyone to try and develop a nuclear weapon, and they just gave these two random college students enough text on how to make a nuclear weapon. They actually ended up going through the process and actually developing a usable nuclear weapon that if it was constructed, it would have worked. So, I mean, it's not really out of the question that a country like North Korea or Iran or anyone else could entirely create a nuclear weapon on their own, because basically every single country that's ever made a nuclear weapon made it on their own before. So
The bigger countries, yes, because they have the budget for it, and they also have the expertise to pull it off. But for example, Iran, I mean, Iran's been working on trying to build a nuclear weapon for a long time. I mean, a very long time, and they still don't have a working nuclear weapon even right now. So how was North Korea so different that they were able to develop nuclear weapons, and not just develop them, but develop the long-range versions that can hit the west coast of the United States? That's a huge feat. And you're telling me that that country with no money and no resources and no scientists, that they just came up with that, and Iran can't do it, nobody else can do it? I just don't buy that for a second.
Oh no! Well, it took them decades. It's not like they did it in a year. It's not like they just cobbled some stuff together and did it. Like they've been.
Iran's been working on it for decades.
Well, yeah, I mean, it takes a long time. I mean, Iran has hardly been around as long as North Korea has. North Korea's nuclear program, from what we know, started in the 60s, and then they got their first nuclear weapon that was successful in 2007. So it took them about 40-something years to be able to get a usable nuclear weapon out of their program. Iran's hardly even been around that long, and their nuclear program was believed to have been started sometime in the late 90s. So if they're working entirely on their own, which they most likely are, either they're working very quickly because they have access to more modern technology to gather information, which means they could do it far faster, or it's going to take about as long as it did for North Korea to make one.
We're going to settle this real quick. I'm going to put a poll up on this. Do you believe that North Korea's relied on external help? Let's see here, external help. So let's see what the audience thinks about this real quick, because I'm dead set on this one. There's no way. I mean, go look at North Korea. What is North Korea's military budget? Let's do that little look up real quick. What is their budget?
Well, we really don't even know. I mean, like, it's like they basically have no money. They just work off of like peasantry and such, just pretty much conducting slave labor. So, there's really no actual discernible budget.
So we're seeing here that North Korea's state budget for defense is estimated around $1.47 billion. So, I mean, that's extremely, extremely low. I think that's on par with, Thailand's budget, something to that effect, if I have the numbers right. So with 1.47 billion, there is zero probability that they came up with nukes on their own.
I would be honest with you, man. I mean, it's definitely possible. It's not like they're a normal government that goes, let's budget for, some public transport and paving the roads and everything else. I mean, they literally don't maintain anything in that country other than statues, monuments, and private residences of the Kim family. So if they just pour everything that they have for 40, say, years into a nuclear program, I mean, it's not really out of the question that they could try and develop a nuclear weapon on their own.
I don't know. Let's see what the audience is saying on this poll real quick. The poll, by the way, says, do you believe that North Korea relied on external help to develop nuclear and or hypersonic weapons? 89% said yes, they had external help, and 11% said no. So, I mean, I'm personally going to stick to my guns on this one. I think North Korea certainly had external help, definitely on the nuclear weapons, and also hypersonics. That's not cheap to develop either. You have to have money to make this stuff happen. Like, you have to have money. Like, you may be able to have like a couple of smart people that may figure this stuff out, but if you don't have the money, those smart people are useless. They don't have the money for development, R&D. They don't have money for prototypes or anything. So, I mean, it's impossible. They have to be getting monetary support, scientific support, and they have to have the whole life support mechanism to keep those programs even operating, because they don't have the money to do it. So, I mean, I'm with 89%. I would say they certainly had external help.
I would say that they didn't, because the Pyeongchang uranium enrichment plant generally shows that they didn't. Because if they had external support, they would have gone with the easiest thing, which is just getting uranium ore in its raw form from somewhere else. Instead, they went through the process of burning ungodly amounts of coal to get the trace amounts of uranium from inside of it, and then further enrich that at a centrifuge elsewhere in North Korea to then be able to get enriched uranium at a weapons grade to then further develop into a nuclear weapon. I mean, there's satellite proof that from main raw materials processing all the way to final assembly, the entire thing is done in-house. And if anyone was giving them support, they wouldn't do the whole thing in-house. Like, for example, with the Iranians also don't really have that much external support, and that's why it's taking them so long, is because they got to do everything in-house. They have to first mine the uranium, they then have to try and enrich the uranium at enrichment plants, they then have to also use research reactors to try and get any form of usable plutonium, and then they have to have have finishing and production facilities, which we also see and know about, where they have to be able to try and actually put all of the parts and components together to create a usable nuclear weapon, and then at some point they have to get a testing range to actually successfully use it. And they can entirely conduct that on their own, because if someone was helping all these countries, it wouldn't be nuclear programs that last over decades. They'd be done in literally like 2 years. They would get the
But the last thing I want to say on this, I think this one right here kind of proves my point a little bit on it. My main point here, remember when the U.S. was monitoring North Korea's nuclear ambitions, they were monitoring them for a long time because they knew they were always trying to develop a nuclear weapon. That was not up for debate. They knew that. And North Korea was generally having a hard time for a while. But then out of the blue, though, they were caught off guard. The U.S. intelligence agencies were. They got caught off guard out of the blue, and they started mentioning that all of a sudden North Korea had this really rapid pace of nuclear tests, which seemed to go up exponentially out of the blue. And on top of that, they had these huge advancements in the rocket technology, which seemed to come out of the blue. So, I mean, in my personal opinion, they don't work on it for like decades to then have a sudden exponential, like, oh, we just suddenly figured it out today, and all of a sudden they started running with it. I just don't think it's possible personally, but I guess we'll have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, I guess we will. And I'm in the very, very small minority of 11%. But from what I understand historically on North Korea's missile program and nuclear programs, I haven't really seen anything that would show that they did get foreign support, if any at all, in most of their attempts in progress to make a nuclear weapon. But moving on from that and on out of North Korea, it is time for us to move on over into the Americas. Oh, well, actually, really quickly though, we're actually going to be moving on up into the area of the Norwegian and North Sea, because this generally works along the lines of the Venezuela situation, but it also is incredibly important for international affairs, especially the situation between the U.S. and the Russian Federation, because it appears that the Bella 1 is still being pursued by the U.S. Coast Guard, and at this point, it's north of the United Kingdom. This video was actually published today, apparently from Russia Today, which showed a small still of a U.S. Coast Guard Legend-class cutter pursuing the Bella 1 even while it's north of the UK. So this pursuit has actually been ongoing across the entirety of the Atlantic and north of the UK for that matter. We've also been able to see that additionally, it appears that the Bella 1 is trying to make its way, at least from the observed path that we've seen so far, to the Russian Federation. It's apparently going to be making its way, at least at this point, north of the Shetland Islands, which we can actually, well, the Faroe Islands, correction, which we can see right there, and then on up through the Norwegian Sea and possibly towards a port like Murmansk or Arkhangelsk, somewhere within the Barents Sea area. This means that this ship, which has actually changed its name from the Bella 1 to something like the Mariana or something along those lines, is actually attempting to make its way back to the Russian Federation and escape capture by the United States of America. The U.S. is working as quickly as it can to try and be able to capture this vessel, as we've actually seen some limited elements of the U.S.'s 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the U.S. Army, which was seen in the raid to capture Maduro, actually at Fairford Royal Air Force Base inside of the United Kingdom. This heavily suggests to us, at least at the moment, that they are attempting to prepare for a seizure of the vessel using special forces, but we've also seen something else that's incredibly interesting. Sometime earlier today, the RAF actually sent out an RC-135W rivet joint to surveil the Bella 1, or the Marinera. That is the Marinera.
I think it's Marinera, I think, but it looks like Marinera. Everybody's calling it the Marinera.
It looks like, I'm going to call it the Marinera. Like, honestly, that sounds funnier. But apparently they sent out an RC-135W rivet joint to inspect the Marinera, which is a little bit interesting because RC-135 rivet joints are actually a nuclear sniffer aircraft, and generally a signals intelligence aircraft in general, but they do have the ability to sniff out nuclear materials. The fact that the RAF sent one out to the Bella 1, or the Marinera, whichever way you want to call it, is a little bit interesting, and is showing that there at least may be some sort of a belief at this point by Western intelligence that there might have been some form of possible radioactive materials on board, or they were just generally using the rivet joint as some form of a signals intelligence aircraft outside of the fact that it can sniff for nuclear materials. We're not really sure which, but the fact that a rivet pivot joint was used rather than, say, another P-8 Poseidon, which has usually been the aircraft that have been surveilling the Marinera up until this point, is quite interesting. We have also been able to hear now that the Russians are trying to get involved in stopping the Bella 1, or the Marinera, from being seized by the United States, as we are now hearing that Russia is sending a submarine and additional surface forces to escort the Bella 1 oil tanker and prevent a U.S. attempt to seize it. That is a fairly interesting sort of a move, and it actually means that we're about to be getting into an armed showdown directly with the Russian Federation over the attempted seizure of the Marinera, which currently there is a court order to seize the vessel at this point. This is something that also is leading us to be somewhat suspicious of this ship at the moment. We don't really know how in the world the Marinera is this large of a priority for the Russians that they're actually going to send out naval assets to try and protect the ship from being boarded and seized. And that even brings in a greater question. They have never done this before for any shadow tanker that has ever been seized anywhere in Europe. But this one tanker, they're actually coming out to protect and escort. Is there something on board that they do not want the United States to know about that they cannot allow to be seen by U.S. intelligence? And that's a fairly interesting question to ask, and a lot of people are weighing in right now with their very opinions. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so the Bella 1, what was originally known as the Bella 1, now known as the Marinera, or something like that, Marinera, the U.S. is trying to intercept it. But the weird part is, like the enforcer just mentioned, Russia is now dispatching submarines for escort along with naval vessels, which is very, very strange for an oil tanker that is allegedly empty. That's a very strange move. So what do you think is going on with this? 40% said something about that ship is very suspicious, while 33% said the USA will go for the ship and board it anyway, and 21% said Russia wants to make a point. And I personally have a hard time believing that Russia wants to make a point this desperately over a empty oil tanker. What is up with this oil tanker that's making them so determined to keep this thing away from U.S. forces? That has me very interested right now. Also, we've heard... Also, by the way, I don't know what the hell's going on outside. It sounds like somebody's trying to board a car or something outside. It's wild out there. But I think Russia is not wanting us to board the ship for an ulterior reason. Also, by the way, we have heard that apparently U.S. forces have made several attempts to board it, and they've been unsuccessful. And we don't know why they've been unsuccessful. It could be that maybe, possibly the crew is armed. We're not sure about that. We don't know. So whatever is happening with this thing, it seems to be a little bit more than meets the eye, in my personal opinion. I'm with the 42%. I think something else is going on here, and I think it's a lot more than Putin simply trying to make a point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to go with 42%. This vessel is wildly suspicious at this point. The fact that the Russians are making such a big deal about the vessel, about the fact that it cannot be seized, that it shouldn't be seized, and now they're actually going to dedicate actual surface and sub-warfare assets to try and protect the ship and stop it from being boarded. This leads me to believe that there's some sort of a suspicious cargo on board of some form, most likely weaponry that was attempted to be provided to the Venezuelans, and what that could be, who knows? A lot of people are saying nukes. I would find that to be highly unlikely. It's more so likely that it was some sort of an air defense system that may have been incredibly advanced. I actually told Matthew before the air, it may be that they were trying to send an S-500 on that ship over to Venezuela, which are wildly rare, and the Russians only have, I believe, one air defense battery that operates an S-500, but it could be something that was exceptionally rare within the air defense category that they were trying to send over on that tanker, somehow concealed within the hold, and now that it's being chased, they're trying to stop that technology from falling into U.S. hands. It's not like the technology is anything far beyond what we have. It's probably well below what we have, but if we are able to get our hands on a system like that, one of Russia's most advanced systems, it actually gives us a really good idea once we pick apart that equipment, what kind of capabilities the Russians really have, what their weaknesses and vulnerabilities are for that system, and how to be able to destroy it without even posing a significant risk to ourselves. And that's probably what they don't want falling into our hands. So I would assume that there's something on board that is not supposed to reach American hands, most likely some form of a Russian weapon system that was being transported by the tanker. So I'd be with a 41%. But with that...
And also what's really disturbing disturbing about this is what's being set up here is extremely dangerous because the Russians are sending out their naval forces to confront the U.S. Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is literally right there with the ship. We got a picture of it a minute ago that we looked at. The Coast Guard is right there. So we're about to have a military showdown between Russia and the United States over an empty oil tanker, which is weird on its face to say the least. And it seems like it's about to be a battle of the egos between the U.S. president and the Russian president. So this is a dangerous situation here. I'm wondering if the U.S. forces might try to rush to board the vessel before the Russian vessels show up to the area and try to seize it before they get there. But this is certainly a bit weird. From what we know, the U.S. is still going for it. The U.S. is not backing off their plans to intercept it. And the Russians are not backing off their plans to intercept it as well. So this is a very, very strange. I'm watching this one very closely. We both are on this. This has the potential to get really ugly unless maybe one side backs down. Maybe the U.S. decides to not take the risk and just step away. But this is a pretty fierce showdown.
I would say it's definitely a fierce showdown. And we just don't have a clue what's on board, but something is on board that ship that the Russians don't want us to see. And hopefully we'll be able to see that the ship is boarded so that we can figure out what exactly was on it. And hopefully the U.S. government will let us know once they find that out. But moving on out of the showdown that's about to be happening over the Bella 1, we are going to be moving on and over into the United States of America. Really quickly, I wanted to show you something that's very interesting and really has nothing to do with any of the news today, but it was such an interesting clip, I had to show it to you all nonetheless. We actually have footage and pictures here showing the president earlier in the year at Fort Bragg, which is generally where most of the special operations forces are based out of, is Fort Bragg, North Carolina, actually watching the special forces that would conduct the raid on Maduro, conducting a drill, from what we can tell, that was actually simulating a capture of Maduro within the compound that they apparently landed at and then took him from. We're not really sure about the exact details of that. That's at least what's being claimed today with this footage being published, is that these were actually the drills that were being run by the special forces to prepare them literally step for step for the capture of Maduro, and it was wildly interesting and fascinating to watch. So I wanted to show you all this clip because this is really truly amazing. This is the closest we'll actually get, folks, to seeing the special forces actually take Maduro, most likely, is this drill right here, and it was unbelievable. The pilots and the Chinooks, the supporters, the support teams, everything else involved, it was truly unbelievable. So here is the clip.
Our Rangers are on the first helicopter, and they'll be flying the faster up onto the roof of the three-story building.
So interesting enough here, folks, at least in this statement, and also, Mandy, this is a little bit interesting, it may have not been Delta Force, folks, that was involved in this, because this guy just said the Rangers are going to rappel on the roof, so it may have actually been the 75th Rangers of the United States Army that were involved in this drill. And also, Mandy, from what I understand, I believe we can show this, because I think this was published by the Department of Defense.
Interesting. I'm not totally sure. That's what I was asking.
From what I understand, it was published by the Department of Defense, and then people have been disseminating that around over the course of the day. So I think this should be fine to show.
You might just maybe want to play it safe and jump around to parts of it, because as much as I'd like to let the audience see it, I'm not entirely sure of the source of the video. These very sophisticated cameras have me worried in the side view over there.
Maybe so. So we'll just show you all the stills of the video instead. So we can see here them showing the compound, at least the simulated compound that was going to be used. It's generally a two-story building with a three-story addition on the left side, and this is also at a training ground in Fort Bragg. And we can additionally see here the very UH-60s that were involved in the operation flying overhead. We can then see that later they were accompanied by the CH-47Gs of the 160th SOAR with simulated explosions, apparently showing the ground attacks that were going to be conducted later on. We can also see the CH-47Gs arriving at a later point, and I mean, it was truly unbelievable, folks. They were able to get these helicopters to stop and hover on a dime right over the building. The rappelling ropes were thrown out, and apparently the Rangers, the 75th Rangers that were inside of the helicopter, then hopped out immediately, and within seconds had entered the building and were still being supported by helicopters and ground forces outside to take the building and then capture the high-value target that was inside, which would later end up becoming Maduro. So apparently, folks, if we were to take this at the best guess, it actually was the 75th Rangers that conducted the raid, and it was not Delta Force. So very interesting interesting to see that, because also, by the way, folks, we're just working off the information we have here. Some people have said it's Delta Force, and it may be Delta Force, but this video was disseminated today and generally was stated by the administration to be a prep drill that was conducted by the very SOF team that conducted the raid later. So if we're going off of that, they obviously are not going to have the 75th Rangers conduct the drills and then send in Delta Force without them having conducted a single drill to actually do this. So if the 75th Rangers were the one training for this operation, we would assume that the 75th Rangers were the ones who carried through with the operation. And, you know, just to put this out there, the 75th Rangers are in an incredibly elite infantry group. They are special forces, but they still, from what we understand, are not as high tier an operator as Delta Force is. So crazily enough, we sent in what would be the American equivalent of a B, well, not really a B tier, it's an A tier operator group, but it's not A plus tier like Delta Force to take Maduro, and it still went flawlessly for the larger part, which really makes you wonder how well Delta Force really could handle the situation if they were the ones that were solely sent in to deal with it. But a huge shout out to the 75th Rangers, because they are the elite of the U.S. Army. But
yeah, we'll probably find out soon. We'll probably find out soon how well Delta works. But also, is it normal for them to like bring the president in to like watch a rehearsal for like something like this? Now, obviously, this is over the top for preparations. Like that, this is probably why they did so well, because they prepared like this. But it seems strange that the president came in to personally watch the rehearsal like that.
From what we know, it is a little bit rare. I've never actually heard or seen of this before that I would personally know of historically from any records. So this is quite rare to see, actually.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange, I will admit.
I also got to give a big shout out to that Tochka U that they just have parked out front of the building, which obviously wouldn't be in actual training simulations, because why the hell would Maduro have a Tochka U short-range ballistic missile right outside of his building? That would be beyond me. But anyways, moving on from that, we are going to be moving on up into Washington to get to more important news that we've been hearing over the course of the day. And this is going to be moving us, by the way, folks, directly into Venezuela. For one, we did get to hear that apparently the president has now stated that he's pleased to announce that the interim authorities in Venezuela, because now we're apparently considering the entirety of the Maduro government, except for Maduro, to now be the interim government, at least according to this statement, will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high quality, it's not high quality, it's sour crude, sanctioned oil to the United States of America. This oil will be sold at its market price, and that money will be controlled by me as President of the United States of America to ensure it's used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. I've asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the United States. So it looks like
the money will be, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute, what? Oh, hold on, the money will be controlled by me. Now somebody tell me, I'm not totally sure about how this is supposed to work, but I believe that money is supposed to go to the United States Treasury. And I believe from there, isn't Congress supposed to like allocate that money? Like, is the president usually the one that allocates money? And I'm not aware of that.
I don't think that's supposed to be the way it works, what's going on right here. I think it's supposed to be handed over to the Congress, because the Congress handles all finances and funding of the government and all of the money involved in it as well. The executive, of course, has the Treasury under its command, but the Treasury only operates once the Congress lays out some sort of a spending plan, and then that's approved by the president. But the president doesn't have unilateral authority to take in money and then spend it however he wants, at least from what I understand.
And also, by the way, just to make this clear, from his post here, he's not saying that he's taking the money personally. I want to make that clear. It's probably going to the Treasury from the sounds of it. So my issue is just about who controls the money. It seems like that the Congress is supposed to control that, to my knowledge. Maybe I'm incorrect, but it seems sort of strange that the United States is taking in money, and then the president's making choices about what to do with the money. Also, why is there an emphasis on him controlling the money in the post? It's kind of a strange thing to emphasize.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange. And also, by the way, folks, I gotta say, it is really something to see that the whole fighting narco-terrorism thing has literally disappeared after we captured Maduro. Now it's just all about oil, and no mention of drugs has ever been made since Maduro has been captured. Quite interesting with that. But anyways, moving on from that and on into our next bit of news, we have also been able to hear that apparently the U.S. is putting even more pressure on Venezuela to partner exclusively with the United States on oil and sever ties with China, Russia, Cuba, and Iran. So it appears that we're trying to basically force a socialist Maduro regime that's still in power down there to basically become a U.S. ally, which I'll be honest with you all, that's not going to work in the long run. I don't know why in the world we would trust all of Maduro's underlings at this point, considering that we didn't trust Maduro. Why would we trust everyone else that was supporting and propping up his government to run the government, then also trade and operate on good faith with the United States? That makes no sense at all. But we have also been able to hear that apparently 7 service members were injured in the Special Forces raid. We don't know how critical any of them were, but apparently 7 service members were injured in the raid in Caracas. We also have been able to hear, additionally, that apparently the U.S. has threatened, before I even get to that one, I have to get to this one. The U.S. has threatened that they are discussing a range of options, including potential military force, to acquire Greenland, clearly stating that the territory is a national security priority of the United States, and that was a statement made by the United States to Reuters earlier in the day. We've also been able to hear that apparently Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, has allegedly told lawmakers during a closed briefing that threats against Greenland didn't signal an imminent invasion. The goal is to buy the island from Denmark. So, completely different than the public statements. I don't really know which one y'all would want to believe or which one's more believable than the other. But it does appear that we have once again returned to the whole Greenland thing of invading it and annexing it and basically snatching it straight from the Danish, which still makes absolutely no sense at all. And if you come in here, folks, I'm just going to say this up front. If you come in here and try and make sense of that, you're never going to win. It makes no sense at all. That's just the face value of it. I could beat the horse dead for like the 90th time that we've done that over the past year or so, talking about why that doesn't make any sense. But I'm not even going to do that tonight. It's just pointless. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving out of Washington, and we are going to be moving on down into Venezuela, because we have been able to get some developments out of Venezuela today as well. Apparently, the Venezuelan government, that we're now calling the interim government, is launching a wave of repression and is arresting journalists and deploying paramilitary forces throughout the country after the removal of Maduro. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that the government down there is not collapsing at the moment, and it appears that the Vice President, Pedrino Lopez, has been able to consolidate the government and keep it intact, and it doesn't really appear that that is jeopardized, at least at the moment. We've also heard that apparently the Secretary of State is soon to become the new leader of Venezuela to lead the interim government through the occupational authority and to get it through to a new government. And we have been able to hear that apparently he's wearing many hats these days. He is now the Bolivar of Venezuela, or Gran Colombia. He is also the governor of Minnesota.
Oh, no.
He is also the Shah of Persia. And on top of that, he's also the apparently manager of the Hilton hotels at this point.
Oh my God, that's crazy. They got him as the front desk clerk. That's crazy. Honestly, though, it's kind of accurate. This guy's like taking a lot of positions. I don't even understand how one person can hold this many positions, but that's an accurate meme. It's not even really a meme. That's really reality.
No, I mean, that's kind of the sad part about it, is that this is starting to become very realistic at this point, which is kind of crazy. You know, like, folks, what's funny is that the president is just the president of the United States. Meanwhile, the Secretary of State is the Emperor of Gran Colombia, the governor of Minnesota, the Shah of Persia, as well as the manager of Hilton hotels. So at this point, folks, this guy has a title of a literal emperor. Like, you would hear these sorts of titles at this point, folks, from, like, say, emperors of old kingdoms or empires historically. Like, for example, one that would be interesting would be Idi Amin. Let me go get y'all the official title of Idi Amin. So, Idi Amin. Here we go. Here we are. So, let me go get it for y'all. Gotta get it. So, His Excellency, President for Life, Field Marshal Al-Haji Dr. Idi Amin, Dada VC DSO MC, Lord of all the beasts on the earth and fishes of the seas, and conqueror of the British Empire and Africa in general, and Uganda in particular. That's almost like the title that the Secretary of State's about to be having here soon, because he just keeps on getting more hats. You would think that at some point, you would just wonder, how many jobs does a Hispanic man have to have in this country to feed his family? And the answer is not enough. Like, it's just not enough.
No, you remember back in the day, and once again, folks, I'm not getting political with this. I'm just simply bringing up what was said in the past. But they called him Little Marco back in the day. That's what they called him. They said Little Marco. That was the term that they were using. So I guess now he's Big Marco, because now he's not only presiding over Venezuela, he's now the Secretary of State. He's all kinds of positions. I can't remember them all at this point. So a Big Marco now. Big Marco, that's what they call him.
Man, Big Marco, ruler of Venezuela, Shah of Persia, and manager of the Hilton hotels in particular. But we also have been able to see that when the vice president became the acting president on Venezuelan state TV, she went over and kissed the ring of the most important people for Venezuela. That's the Chinese ambassador. This is the Russian ambassador to Venezuela. And then this is the Iranian ambassador to Venezuela. The big three, the big ones. And, you know, I got to say, folks, an interim government that's already kissing the ring of their overlords in China, Russia, and Iran probably isn't a government that we want to think it would even be loyal to the United States if that's the current plan at the moment. That's basically begging to be backstabbed later and have them screw us over if they have the chance. So, not really a good move right there, in my honest opinion. But with that, we do have to move on out of the Venezuela situation and on up into Greenland, because the Danish have had a significant conversation today in a closed-doors meeting in Parliament, as they've been discussing the ongoing situation and the existent threats by the United States to just militarily annex Greenland, which is a Danish overseas territory. Additionally, we have also heard a joint statement issued today by the European countries of NATO on Greenland. This is a statement by President Macron of France, Chancellor Merz of Germany, Prime Minister Meloni of Italy, Prime Minister Tusk of Poland, Prime Minister Sanchez of Spain, Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom, and Prime Minister Friedrichsen of Denmark on Greenland. Arctic security remains a key priority for Europe and is critical for international and transatlantic security. NATO has made clear that the Arctic region is a priority, and European allies are stepping up. We and many other allies have increased their presence, activities, and investments to keep the Arctic safe and to deter adversaries. The Kingdom of Denmark, including Greenland, is a part of NATO. Security in the Arctic must therefore be achieved collectively in conjunction with NATO allies, including the United States, by upholding the principles of the UN Charter, including sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the inviolability of borders. These are universal principles, and we will not stop defending them. The United States is an essential partner in this endeavor as a NATO ally, and through the defense agreement between the United Kingdom of Denmark and the United States in 1951. Greenland belongs to its people. It is for Denmark and Greenland, and them only, to decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland. So it's become quite clear that Europe is not going to be backing down on this one, and they made it very clear through this statement today that they are not going to allow the United States to militarily annex Denmark under any circumstances, and they will split with the United States in the NATO alliance if it came down to it. So at the moment, a lot of people are wondering what the U.S. position is on Greenland in general. So Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So if you told me a few years back that we'd be having a discussion about the United States invading Greenland, I would have said, you sound like you could be a political crazy nut. But here we are today. This is apparently reality, which is hard to believe. And it's pure insanity. I'm not even going to mince words with that. It's pure insanity that's going on with Greenland. But the U.S. is escalating threats to use military force to take the country. And will the U.S. actually invade? 58% said no. The U.S. is simply bluffing Denmark to make a deal to purchase the country, while 18% said the U.S. will invade it soon, and 15% said it's a 50-50 chance of invasion. So consider this. Here's the two options the U.S. has right now. Which one is worth more? Keeping NATO intact or taking Greenland? Because you can't have both. You're either going to take Greenland and basically destroy NATO, or you can leave Greenland alone and, tell them to raise the defense or, once again start fortifying Greenland and keep NATO intact, in shambles, but still intact somewhat. So I think the option is pretty clear there. We value NATO a hell of a lot more than having Greenland as a territory of the United States. If we take Greenland, what good's that going to be? Because then our allies are going to hate us and probably want to not be friends with us anymore. So that seems very dumb to even threaten something like this. And also, there is no art of the deal here. You do not threaten military force against a foreign country in order to make a deal. You may do that in business, go that far with a bluff. You don't do that with foreign policy. You cannot do that, or you'll ruin your relationships with your allies, probably for a very long time. So it's foolish, it's stupid, it's ridiculous, and hopefully they back off of it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that this is absolutely stupid and ridiculous. I don't even know why in the world we're threatening to take Greenland militarily. It gives us no gain and nothing but loss in any way that this goes. Even if we don't end up taking it, we're heavily damaging and sabotaging our relations with the Europeans. If we take it, we've completely destroyed our relationship with the Europeans. So there is nothing good coming out of this at all. And I see a lot of people saying stuff in the chat about NATO this and NATO that, and I don't think people understand, but the only time that Article 5 has ever been invoked, it was invoked by the U.S. when we were attacked on 9/11. Europe has never cashed in Article 5 for U.S. protection. The U.S. cashed it in for European protection in 2001, which they then all unanimously agreed to go help us out in the war on terror in the Middle East. On top of that, Europe is our largest trading partner as a singular bloc in the world, meaning that they have a lot of economic leverage over us, and while using that would be destructive to themselves, it will also be greatly destructive to the United States. On top of that, Europe is an incredibly important ally for us strategically, as it allows us to have a basing point directly against the Russians, which clearly aren't our ally. So I don't really understand why a lot of people want to act like pissing on the Europeans is a great move, because it's not a great move, and I don't really think a lot of people understand this, but America isn't great because we're just the United States. America is great because we have a whole bunch of allies that are great friends of ours that are also wildly successful because we have mutual trade and a mutual cooperation with all these countries. America wouldn't be in the position we are in today if it wasn't for the situation that we have with our allies. Look at Russia, which has no allies, and look how bad off they are. That's what the United States would be if we piss on all of our allies and we run them off to the hills where they leave us alone. We're going to end up a lot like the Russians. Look at the Chinese. The only reason why they look like they're having any success today is because they attach themselves at the hip to the United States economically, trade-wise, to even try and give themselves a leg up. If they had never been allowed in the Western world, they would be as bad off or worse off than the Russians right now. So it doesn't make any sense for a lot of people to say that it makes a whole great idea to screw over NATO and obliterate the whole alliance and to militarily take Greenland, because on top of that, it doesn't even provide us any additional strategic advantage that we don't already have right now. Denmark allows whatever we want to be in Greenland right now. So people say we need to take Greenland because of the trade routes. We're already at the trade route. The whole trade route through that area, because the Arctic is melting, is controlled by the United States already because it's a part of NATO. And basically all of the surrounding territorial waters are a part of a NATO state, either Denmark or Canada or some other country. So we already control it. We don't even have to directly control Greenland. If we're saying that we need to take it so we can put our forces up there, some people might be really ignorant, but they're already there. So there's no additional add-on to where we finally get to put forces up there. They've been up there for 70 years. They've been up there literally since the end of World War II. And if we wanted to, we could ask the Danes, can we put another 50,000 men in Greenland? And they go, sure. They go at it. They wouldn't even tell us no. They've never told us no on anything we wanted to do in Greenland. They go, yeah, sure, go ahead and do that. That sounds great. Because they understand that their collective defense and our collective defense is the defense of the entirety of the alliance. So why in the world would they say no? And considering that Denmark is a NATO country, meaning that it's owed Article 5 protections, that means that Greenland is already generally a part of our sphere of influence in the United States anyways, because if Russia or China tried to take it, it's not like they take it without a fight and Denmark's helpless. Denmark activates Article 5, and then we all go up there and we fight to control Greenland, and our forces are already there. So trying to threaten to take it literally changes absolutely nothing. So for people who are saying that it does and that it makes sense, you're listening to stupid bullshit that people are espousing that don't even know what they're talking about, because they have no clue what a hole in the ground or their head in their ass is indifference. It doesn't make any sense to take Greenland. It's just the stupidest idea, and anyone who's ever said otherwise doesn't even know what the hell they're talking about, just truth be told.
Yeah. I think the real reason they're trying to take Greenland, which once again, I do not support as an American military intervention in Greenland. That is the territory of an ally state, which is Denmark. So, I mean, at no point are you going to hear me say, let's invade an ally's country. I don't know who in the right mind would say that, especially considering that we work with Denmark to secure Greenland, and we're literally on Greenland. We have bases there. We have the Thule Air Base, or how's it pronounced, by the way? What's the proper way to pronounce it? Thule, yeah, the Thule Air Base. It's in the northern part of Greenland. We have a lot of assets already there, and we work with Denmark all the time on it. So to threaten to invade it, that's insanity, to say the least. But I think the reason why U.S. officials are currently going for this is because they believe, and probably know through their intelligence reports, that Russia is going to invade Europe, maybe with external help as well. And they're worried that if Denmark is taken, then naturally they're going to have Greenland as well. So contrary to the U.S. saying that they don't believe that Russia truly wants to move beyond Ukraine, I think this is proof to the contrary. They know that Russia's going to move beyond it, and they're worried they're going to take Denmark, and also with it Greenland, and that's something that concerns the officials. So their response to that, instead of working with Denmark to make sure that they're secure, is to simply take the land, essentially.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. It just doesn't make any sense, though, folks. It doesn't make any sense at all. And then and now, like, I gotta say, folks, like, I can tell when people are political because we're saying, like, we literally said today, the president did, we're going to consider a military invasion if we can't buy it. So then people are going, oh, we're buying it now. No, we're not. We're threatening to invade it. That's literally what was said today. Pull your head out of your ass. Don't sit here and argue in fanciful fantasy land with me about what's going on. We literally heard the direct statements today. It's not like you can sit here and say, oh, well, that's not really what he meant. I mean, Hitler didn't mean he was going to put everyone in camps. He just meant he was going to give them a vacation. It's like, come on, be real. Words mean what they mean. If someone says they're going to invade a place and annex it, it means that's being seriously considered. We're going to invade a place and annex it, which is absolutely stupid because it provides us no benefit. And I just went over the whole reason why it provides no benefit. There's no way that you sit there and go, but the trade route, we already have control over the trade route. What are the Russians going to do? Take Greenland and have us activate Article 5 so that way we can all go up there and beat their ass together as a collective NATO alliance? I mean, that's a far better situation than us taking it. Because think about it. If we're not in NATO anymore because we piss everyone off and they basically all leave NATO and they create their own defensive alliance, that means if the Russians and the Chinese come for Greenland, instead of us having basically a mirror of the United States militarily and Europe also fighting for Greenland, now it's just us on our own. And then the Europeans are on our own. And we did that for no reason. It didn't change a thing as far as our strategic situation at all. If anything, it made it far worse by twice as bad as it could have been. So that makes no sense at all. And also on top of that, the Danes don't want to sell it. They've already said it's not for sale. So saying that we're exploring an option to buy it isn't happening. So their only option is sell it to us or else we're invading it. That's what's being said. So that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, that's just the straight up truth of it. And I don't even understand why in the world people are going to act like it's any different than that. That's literally what's being said on air, on television by the president right now. So with that, we are going to be moving on from that news, and we are going to be moving on into the rest of our news inside of Europe, as we still have gotten a significant amount of news throughout that area over the course of the day. And moving us on into the area of Norway, we have been able to hear that they are now deploying larger forces near to their border, as they are considering the greater concern of espionage and hybrid threats, at least within that area at the moment. So for this reason, they are bringing in a larger amount of forces to try and patrol the border and stop any Russian saboteurs or spies from passing in and then traveling through Norway at large. Additionally, we have also been able to hear within the United Kingdom that something nice was done today, but it was generally pointless nonetheless. That the UK, France, and Ukraine all signed a trilateral treaty today that stated that once the war ends, they're going to put a peacekeeping force inside of Ukraine. The Russians aren't going to accept that in a peace deal, so this basically is still pie in the sky at this point. It doesn't really matter to much of anything, and at this point, the war has to keep going until the Russians would agree to this. So this isn't really even getting a step closer to peace. Some people made this out to be a big deal, but the reality of it is that this isn't really that big of a thing, to be entirely honest, because with this in mind, the Russians are still going to completely refuse every peace treaty, no matter how amenable it is to them, and the war is going to have to keep going until they either completely collapse or until they're on the verge of collapse so badly that they actually have to compromise properly and then meet us in the middle somewhere. So with that, we are going to be moving on out of that news and on into the area of the Russian Federation, as we do have a massive amount of news coming out of the Russian Federation over the course of this day. We have been able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted another giant drone attack against the Russian Federation and have once again conducted significant damage against critical infrastructure and key sites throughout the country. We were able to see near to the town of Stary Oskol within the Belgrade Oblast, a major oil depot had been hit and had exploded. You could see it right there.
Well, Stary Oskol, because this is looking real starry out here. They're seeing stars in their eyes.
Man, they see in a singular star. It's the sun on the surface of the earth. Really cool.
Also, by the way, I just got to point this out real quick. I was doing a quick scan for breaking news on Twitter after I posted like 2 hours ago or something, 2 or 3 hours ago about I posed the question: do we really know what's on the vessel that the U.S. is pursuing that fled from Venezuela? All of a sudden, after I post that, all these people started repeating that like it was their original idea, like the entire thing. Like I was just looking around, there's like 50 different people saying that, and I'm like, some of them are following us and some of them aren't. I'm like, that is crazy work right there. It's like we don't get any credit for having that as an original idea. I know it's petty. Yes, it's petty, but honestly, I got to be petty on this one. I didn't get any credit for that idea.
Man, honestly, oh man, we get no respect around here. But moving on from that into the Lipetsk Oblast, we also were able to see that they also hit another oil depot within the Lipetsk Oblast, just north of Stary Oskol. That thing's also brewing up as well.
There's those birds you were asked about the other day. Said, where's those mourning dove? Where'd they go? It's like a similar bird.
Man, those ain't the morning doves. Those are the hell doves. They show up whenever an oil depot's on fire. We also were able to see this clip as well showing the hit. We hear the dogs and the sirens.
This guy's breathing right here like he might be breathing in some bad chemicals.
Man, he said, "Oh, these fighters get me excited." It's like, yo, you good? It's like, you all right, man? But moving on from that and over into Penza, we also get to see that the Ukrainians did hit the Penza Oblast as well, including a pharmaceutical manufacturer. Oh, bleh.
It's harsh, harsh, harsh. What the? Do you hear that out there in the distance? Like, do you hear that in the background? There is somebody like losing their shit in the background, like out there in the middle of the woods. Like, there's somebody screaming like crazy in this footage.
I don't hear it.
It was right there. You can hear it a little bit in the background, very faint.
I just don't hear it.
Я видел, как бахнуло, именно момент взрыва. Там такой, типа, огненный шарик в ней появился. Наверное. Блять! Вот такой.
Oh, блядь!
Bro, she was startled. It's like,
Let's hear that again. Let's hear it one more time. I gotta hear that one
Там
again.
такой, типа, огненный шарик в ней появился. Наверное. Блять! Вот такой,
Damn.
но только в ней.
Это уже взрыв, это на заводе.
Ну, понял.
It's at the factory. Well, we got it. What was he the one doing it? What's he talking about? We got it.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. Like, maybe he provided the information for him to hit it. Who knows? But moving on from that and on up into the area of the northern regions near the Nea, we also get to see that the 51st Arsenal of the Graal was hit. Actually, sorry, it was the 100th Arsenal of the Graal was hit. Here's the clip. That's the secondary explosions after it got hit. Here's another little clip letting us see the Graal Arsenal getting obliterated. Take a look at this.
Все она эвакуируется. Вот. Вот это вот оранжевое, это типа дым.
The dad's up front. Oh, little kid. This is what we call in Russia in Echo.
Вот. Вот.
Moving on from
Look,
that,
little Timmy. Look what's happening in the distance out there.
it looks pretty bad, and it was really bad. I'll actually show you all this up close. This is the 51st Graal Arsenal, which is pretty large, and you can also see that it appears that they put some sort of defensive fortification around the outside of this place, and then they have a scrapyard right here. I don't know what that is, but outside of that, this is the actual Graal Arsenal. It's about a mile across in every direction, so it's about a square mile of ammunition storage, and it was hit by a Ukrainian attack, and it was heavily damaged, if not destroyed today, by the attack. It's one of the several Graal arsenals that have been hit throughout the course of the war, and the damage is always incredibly significant whenever they're hit. But moving on from that, and on out of that little bit of news within the Российской Федерации, it is time for us to move on into the area of Ukraine and cover the war in Ukraine, bled. It's time for us to move on down into the area of the location unknowns, as we were able to see a T-80UD of the Ukrainian army and a whole bunch of guys standing around. All these guys aren't operating the tank, but they like to take pictures near the tank, and it is a pretty cool tank. Neat tank. I like the tank. Matthew, what do you think of the tank? Is it a tank?
I like the tank. I think it's a good tank. It's a good tank right here. Also, by the way, do you happen to have the news about the Russians patenting the hedgehog armor? Like, do you have that?
I actually omitted that one from tonight.
Oh, dang it. Dang it. Well, I'll tell the audience real quick. The Russians actually patented, you know, those like little welded spikes they put on their tanks, and the tanks look like they're spiky, like a porcupine or something. They went as far as to patent that. It was like a janky modification that they started doing to their tanks. They said, oh, bled, nobody can steal this idea. We have to patent it. It's like, I don't think anybody was going to steal that idea in the first place. I don't think I had to worry about patenting it. But that's what they did. They went as far as to do that.
I'm not gonna lie, it was absolutely ridiculous because it was basically like just like simple welded strips of rebar put together, and it's like you can't really patent something that simple. It's like that's just way too simple to the point. It's like, why even patent that? Also, it's like on top of that, it's like, you know, like Russian patents registered in Russian court aren't respected in the United States. You know, it's like I don't think they know that, or really anywhere else outside of Russia for that matter.
Yeah, also real quick, let me grab it. Some people were saying, let me see it real quick. Let me grab this and put it in the likes tab. I know we're running low on time here, but I got to show the people this real quick because it was something to see. Let me try to scroll down. Damn, I'm scrolling so fast. There we go. There we go. I'll put it in the likes tab right now. You can see it under the likes.
All right, and let's go take a look, folks, at the patented dandelion design. There it is.
Look at that. They literally have a patent graphic. That's crazy.
And also, we were able to see them show it how it was supposed to be put onto a tank. And then we could also see it on a tank.
Honestly, it looks like something that's not very official. Like, it looks like something that it's like patenting like a junkyard car. Like, you know how like people modify like junkyard cars to be like little like weekend toys and stuff like that, like for demolition derbies. It's like you can't patent something like that, but they did. Somehow they did it.
Man, honestly, man, that's like, that is really something else right there that they would do something like that. It's like, I'd just be straight up. I honestly can't even believe why in the world they would even patent something this simple. I mean, look at that. It's literally just rebar pieces that are basically welded together for the most part. Well, actually, they look like they might be screwed together, but still, that's so simple. It's like, how in the world can this be patented? And also, it's not like anyone's going to respect that patent outside of Russia. But anyways, moving on from that and on into the Russian casualty report, we have also been able to see that the Russians have taken some decent losses over the course of the day. As Miss Decent Keeper of the Records has stated that 879 drones shot down is the second highest daily loss of the war, and troop loss averages are dropping to low 900s. Artillery losses are above average, and correction, submarine total is 2 since December 16th. And over the course of the past 24 hours, we've been able to see that 940 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 6 APCs, 157 supply trucks, 5 main battle tanks, 46 artillery pieces, 879 drones, 1 MLRS, and 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. Pretty good numbers in general. It's not the highest days that we've been seeing, but still decent nonetheless. Moving us down into the front lines to make sure that we cover a little bit of what's going on in Ukraine on the front today, we have been able to see that the Ukrainians are still fighting doggedly on most fronts and stopping the Russians from advancing in most directions. The 63rd Mechanized Brigade near to the Separonsky Forest actually targeted and took out a decent portion of a Russian fire team over the course of the day, including these two guys in the fire team right there. Great job on the 63rd Brigade. Moving on from that and into our next clip in the area, we also got to see a little bit of some recon operations. These were conducted in September and October, and we're actually not going to be showing the whole clip, but it's archival footage that we've never seen before, and if y'all want to see it, make sure to click on the link in the description below and go check it out for yourself, because it is an incredibly interesting clip. Moving on from that and down into Chasiv Yar, we also were able to see the fighting that was ongoing in this area, which is recent and from today. This guy's got the can.
The can? The can?
This guy's got the... Is that a SBR? Oh.
I don't know. I mean, you got to be careful because the U.S. might go and indict people on gun charges in foreign countries these days. You know, they sort of extended it to Maduro, so you got to be careful.
Meanwhile, a U.S. soldier, wow, I finally just got qualified to use this M240 Bravo. Meanwhile, the U.S. government... Is that a machine gun without a tax stamp? It's like, that's indicted. But anyways.
Hey, what caliber is he shooting?
Apparently a 75 millimeter. out of
that is crazy.
Rifle.
That's a wild sound.
Man, honestly, it is. Let's listen to it again. Oh, we didn't get to. And that's the end of that clip. And moving on from that and on down into the area of Pokrovsk, we also were able to see the Ukrainians hitting Russian forces down here as a part of the Phoenix unit. We see them bringing it on down. And now we can see them absolutely slamming some Russian forces. I mean, look at them go. Very effective.
Also, I'm happy to report, by the way, I think I finally got my credit for the claim, by the way, after I mentioned that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I now have, it looks like my tweet just got 113,000 views on it that I put out about that. So I think that's where people are getting the inspiration.
Inspiration. So with that, we are going to be moving on out of the cross front, and we're actually going to be going on down into Feodosia, as we were actually able to hear within the Crimean port town, there was the sound of explosions within the area, and a small little bit of air defense fire was seen in this small still from the ongoing attack at Feodosia. And with that, folks, we're now going to be moving on up to Kyiv to cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on day 1412 of the war. This actually isn't from today, this is from yesterday, but this is just to make sure that we have a little bit of a halftime show, because we need to get sips of water, go to the restroom and stuff like that to be able to prepare for the next part of the show. So without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Шановні
And let me make sure to get that full screen here, actually, as a matter of fact. And here we are.
українці, українки, зараз у Харкові та Дніпрі, в інших наших містах і громадах триває ліквідація наслідків російських ударів. В Києві сьогодні російська армія пошкодила чергову лікарню, абсолютно цивільний об'єкт. В Дніпрі серед влучань цивільне підприємство, виробник продовольства, звичайна соняшникова олія, і це для Росії, як виявляється, теж мішень. У Харкові росіяни ударили просто по теплу, по енергії для людей, по звичайному життю, балістика, проти енергетики. В Херсоні ремонтні бригади енергетики працювали, щоб відновити постачання електрики після російських ударів. І це все свідчить тільки про те, що Росія не сприймає реально всерйоз дипломатичну роботу, яку з нею намагаються вести цивілізовані країни. Росія затягує війну, намагається завдати Україні якнайбільше шкод. Їхня стратегія незмінна. Наша стратегія захисту життя буде посилюватись. Вже це робимо. Перше, вчора і сьогодні я провів зустрічі з працівниками Служби безпеки України. Вдячний Василю Малюку за сильну бойову роботу, за асиметричні операції, які він вміє робити. Саме такими операціями Василь і буде займатися надалі. Ми обговорили з ним цю роботу. Повна політична підтримка наших асиметричних дій проти Росії у СБУ є. Євгеній Хмар, людина досвідчена, саме його зараз призначено тимчасовим виконуючим обов'язків голови Служби безпеки України. Хмара очолює Центр спеціальних операцій СБУ. Говорив також з Денисом Килимником, першим заступником керівника Альфи. Він один з тих, хто завдає саме тих ударів по ворогу, які росіяни відчувають, які додають українцям мотивації. Говорив з Василем Козаком, полковником СБУ. Це молодий хлопець, один з представників нового покоління українських захисників, воїнів СБУ, майстер операцій. Ми обговорили з ними те, що вже зроблено, і те, що ми ще плануємо. Підтримую цю роботу, вдячний за свіжий погляд на роботу СБУ. Говорив з Олександром Покладом. Важливо, що внутрішній захист української державності та контррозвідувальна складова роботи СБУ значно посилені за роки цієї війни. Потенціал СБУ буде більше. Саме в контексті захисту України, захисту наших позицій, захисту національних інтересів. Я дякую всім, хто працює саме так. Будуть подальші кадрові рішення. Сьогодні ж була важлива розмова з Михайлом Федоровим. Він представив формат оновлення в Міністерстві оборони України. Які мають бути пріоритети, які рішення нам потрібні. Звісно, має бути ще більше технологічності, і це основне завдання для міністра. Саме більшою технологічністю маємо протистояти російському намаганню зробити цю війну безкінечною. Протидіємо на рівні нашого сектору безпеки, СБУ, розвідка, інші наші елементи безпеки також і на рівні сектору оборони. І саме в Міністерстві оборони ключ до більшої стійкості України та початок змін всієї структури захисту, включно з армією. Конкретні речі вже зроблені, очевидно, працюють ефективно. За грудень 35 тисяч знищених окупантів, це підтверджено на відео. За листопад було 30 тисяч, за жовтень 26 тисяч знищених окупантів. Зростання цих показників – це наслідок правильних рішень. Саме таких рішень має бути більше. І кожне правильне рішення у сфері оборони береже життя наших українських воїнів. Було сьогодні багато міжнародної роботи. Готуємось до зустрічі в Європі на цьому тижні. Звісно, в комунікації також з командою президента Сполучених Штатів Америки. ППО для України, підтримка для України. Це завдання щоденне. І щодня ми маємо давати цей результат. Будуть нові рішення заради нашої держави. Українська переговорна команда працює 24/7. Сьогодні була доповідь міністра закордонних справ України Андрія Сибіги. Я доручив йому значно активізувати реалізацію всіх наших домовленостей з партнерами. Минулий рік дав Україні багато угод, багато позитивних документів. За кожним документом має бути і буде результат для нашої стійкості. Є ще одне призначення сьогодні. Христя Фріланд допомагатиме Україні визначати корисні економічні рішення. Це людина зі значним досвідом. Христя працювала в урядових структурах Канади, має хороші зв'язки у світі. Це все підтримує Україну. Сьогодні ж я говорив з Дмитром Кулебою. Важливо, щоб усі ми зараз у єдності працювали в одній команді України. Саме так і робимо. Україна заслуговує на повагу. Україна потребує результатів. Дякую всім, хто нам допомагає. Слава Україні!
Heroam Slava. And with that, that's the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1413 of our news from around the world. And that's going to be moving us on, folks, into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, is it going to be an absolutely incredibly interesting and fun segment, because we get to talk about literally anything and everything, as a matter of fact, except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. Those four topics, actually, are off the table, but everything else is on the table, and we will have to see what in the world we come up with to talk about in this question segment. But in the meantime, folks, I do have to say that we were entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had so many of y'all here with us tonight as we cover the news. We've had a peak viewership of 19.6 thousand people tonight, almost 20,000, and about 150,000 people have watched this stream in the first 2.5 hours. We're always honored and greatly appreciative of so many people coming to the show and enjoying it every single day, and we thank y'all once again, and hopefully today has been incredibly well researched, well thought out, and very informational as far as the news that's going on around the world. So with that, Matthew, please take it away. What do we got?
All right, folks, so it's now time to jump into our question segment and grab our super chats, our live chats, and Morse code decoders of the night. But before we get to that, though, I wanted to show y'all one more thing, because recently we have been burning the midnight oil, as you could say it, literally. We did not have our Monday off like usual. We have been actually working around the clock for the last week, and I have a visual, a very accurate visual of me having a stroke, trying to monitor all the nonstop breaking news that keeps happening. And Enforcer, could we show this little small clip for just a second with no political attributions to it, just purely clip?
Just clip? Okay, here's clip.
Just a clip. This is me trying to monitor the breaking news, by the way. Let's see it.
But she gets it. Drops the thing, walks off the
Man,
stage
honestly,
crying.
this is me right here. I'm just having a bit of a stroke, that's all. Me just having a bit of a stroke. I don't even know what the hell that was in context about, but I saw that clip today, and I was like, that honestly, that's how I act sometimes when I'm seeing all these different breaking news bits coming out, and I'm like, dang, I got to keep up with like 10 in a single day? I mean, that's kind of wild. I've started feeling like that right there, a little, but anyways, with that,
honestly, man, the last part was the most realistic. Drops the thing, just walks off. Like, it's like, honestly, that's what I want to do at this point, is just drop the thing and walk off sometimes about what's coming out.
Oh, really?
I mean, like the stupid stuff, like with the Greenland stuff, man. Honestly, I would like to just drop that stuff and walk off from it. To me, just straight up, really.
Man, honestly, me personally, I take the good and the bad. I appreciate all the news that comes out. Now, I will admit, when it gets to be too much, like too many stories going on at once, it starts becoming less of a, I guess you could say, something that's like a hobby for me to follow, and it starts becoming more of like an actual job, because there's so many different major events. I'll be honest, my limit for covering major stories is about 6 to 7. I think right now we have about 8 going on right now, something like that. There's a lot of major stories we're tracking all at the same time. So, I mean, it's a lot to cover. We have to keep an eye on all the stuff that's happening and the stuff that's breaking out too, to be able to talk about it when it does break out. So it's quite a lot. Also, by the way, and I don't know if you happen to know, but what was that clip? Really, what was the real context behind that clip? Because I didn't see the context earlier.
So, from what I had heard over the course of the day, apparently it was making fun of some sort of an athlete. I don't really know a lot more than that, but apparently a lot of people were outraged about it because it was making fun of an athlete or something like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that was. I was like, what in the world kind of context would warrant all the moaning and sort of strange sounds and stuff like that? But I was like, I guess, everybody's got their own quirks, I guess. But anyways, moving on. Moving on. Yeah, everybody's got quirks, But anyways, moving on to our super chat questions here. We're moving into our first one, which goes to Bobby, also known as LC39A, who puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, good sir Bobby, for that massive support, the largest one of the night, actually. And we do appreciate that. And Bobby said, I'm watching at the 30-minute mark, LOL.
Hey, and welcome in, Bobby, and a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And I gotta say, humongous thanks to you so much for the support. I hope you've been enjoying it from the 30-minute mark, and I hope you've been enjoying it from there on. And so, humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because folks like you, Bobby, help this channel to keep on rolling, on and on and on, every single day, every single month, every single year. We're running the midnight oil, folks, this week because of the thing that happened yesterday in Caracas. We're now having a 13-day work week, or a 13-day fortnight work week cycle. Because fortnight stands for 2 weeks or 14 days. That's the technical term for what fortnight is. But beyond that, I have to say that we are always honored to work incredibly hard on this channel and to cover all of this news. And we always love to know that people enjoy it greatly, and folks like you, Bobby, supporting this channel help us to make this a reality and help us to keep this running for everyone watching the channel, all 12.7 thousand people who are still here at this point right now. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also, Bobby, you sound like chipmunks at 3 times speed. I called up now. I actually have been told that apparently I sound a lot like a certain political commentator who goes, thanks, like a whole lot. So I've actually been told that by some people when they play it at high speed. So hopefully it didn't sound like that too much. But it's still a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, I had to get out and go touch grass today, like in the midst of the, first of all, I woke up and did the short war video. I took a lot of research this morning because of all the major news we were covering in that video earlier today. So that took up the first part of the day. Then I got out and touched grass for the second part, went on a 10-mile bike ride, that is, up the way. If you're on our Patreon, I posted pictures of it over there on Patreon, so y'all probably saw that if you're on the Patreon. But I got out and touched grass. Honestly, I will say this, just a little piece of advice for people. With everything going so crazy, you don't realize until you get knee deep into following the stuff that it's affecting you later on down the road. It is extremely helpful, and this might sound like common sense to some people, but for the rest of everybody like me, it's very helpful to get out and actually be outside for a little bit to sort of ground yourself after a while. Because I will admit, I'm not a person that gets too crazy overwhelmed with the stuff, who's been doing it for years, but it does get fatiguing after a while when you have too many major things happening at once. And it's helpful to get outside, so that way you feel like you've reset yourself a bit and you can keep looking at it, pretty much, at least for me.
And I didn't get to do that today, folks, because I was having to do paperwork. Yippee. So I didn't get to do any of that. I didn't really get to get out and touch grass a lot today, so that was a little unfortunate, but still, outside of that, it is nice to get out and touch grass, folks, and you've got to get out, folks, and you've got to touch the grass, especially with how it's looking around here right now. The mountains around Salt Lake, they're entirely covered with snow, but it's still warm enough that you can get out without it being like frigid cold, so it's really cool because you can get out and you can feel like you're in the middle of the Swiss Alps. And yet you're actually in like 45 or 50 degree weather throughout the day. So really cool, actually. I really like it. And I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. I really like Salt Lake City. It's just a cool place, a neat place. What an interesting and cool and fascinating place, Salt Lake City. It's a great place. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Grand Moff Clubby, who put in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Grand Moff, for that support. They said a contribution on behalf of let's see. Well, let me see who this is real quick. Let me make sure if I read this. It's probably nothing. Let's see here. They say, we're talking about some Galactic Empire business. Let's see here. So I think it might be safe to read. They said a contribution on behalf of the Imperial Remnant. Don't worry, the war is over. And I gotta ask, I've seen a YouTube post saying something about the Mossad being involved in Venezuela. And can either of you confirm that in LLT, LSA, and the Empire?
And thank you so much for the support, all the way from the thing. Like, I actually could not remember that right there. But beyond that, I have not heard of any confirmed operation of the Mossad in Venezuela, at least in support of the United States. That would be very out of form of the Israelis, because the Israelis are usually very self-centered in what they do. So they don't really help out much on anything. So I'd highly doubt that the Mossad ever helped us out with anything. And on top of that, truth be told, we don't need any help from Mossad. The CIA's got that well in hand, any information and intelligence gathering. But I do thank you massive for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And y'all might not know this, folks. This is something a little bit interesting, folks. But the Mossad is actually classified by the CIA exactly as a national adversary or enemy would be, or their intelligence service would be. That's something a lot of people don't know. Because the Mossad actually falls in the same category as the FSB and China's internal and foreign security services also fall under, because Israel has a very interesting trend, at least with the Mossad, of trying to break into U.S. systems and also U.S. tech and basically kind of like get it whether we want them to have it or not. So they're actually considered a fairly large adversary, at least in terms of the intelligence community. So if they helped us, it would mostly be only against Iran, but in Venezuela, probably highly unlikely, if not, did not happen. So that's what I was assuming.
The Mossad's actually considered the most dangerous, actually. Not because necessarily, we're obviously not enemies with Israel, but they're considered to be at the top of the counterintelligence risk assessment because they do go toe-to-toe with the CIA. They have capabilities that are as good as our intelligence agencies, but they have a more niche capability. Their capability is pretty much confined to the Middle East. They obviously operate internationally, but their main niche is the Middle East. The CIA's niche is the entire world. So we're a lot larger, a lot better funded, but the Mossad's capabilities are on par with the United States.
Yeah, that's true. As a matter of fact, that is true. That's true. But their intelligence agency is actually basically an adversarial one compared to the United States, and they're considered that way by the CIA at least. So, you know, just to put that out there, you know, like, I gotta say, it's a little bit interesting that is the case, because there's always, folks, by the way, counterintelligence being done by everyone, like the MI6 and whatnot in Europe against the US and us against them and so on. But generally, it's nothing that is a significant threat, or at least would be considered a possible significant threat. The Israelis, on the other hand, they actually fall well within that category of being a significant counterintelligence threat due to how they operate and also how they have basically no scruples. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to EMJ, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, EMJ, for that support as well. And he said, thank you all for the great news coverage.
And thank you so much for the support and enjoying our news coverage, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Old Warrior fellow, that is. And he said, take care of your voices, and take one from the chat. I don't know what it is, Old Warrior. My voice has been like giving out on me or something. My vocal cords feel scratched for some reason, and it makes me like cough randomly. Like it's been happening for the last week or so. I'm not sure if it's maybe the air or something. Maybe the dry air is doing it. I might need to actually get that humidifier that we were talking about like a long time ago. So maybe so, but I need to take care of my voice for sure. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say, I thank you massively for the support, Old Warrior. And I actually have a very resilient vocal cord for some reason. It doesn't really get messed up a lot. Like, I haven't really coughed out. Really, to be entirely honest, my vocal cord situation out here was the same as it was back in Alabama. I'm very lucky for that, because Matthew's been affected a lot by the drier air. On the other hand, I really haven't much at all, really. But I got sick as a dog when we first got out here. For some reason, I got super sick. Matthew can tell y'all, like, I was like bedridden and like almost near to death, like that bad sick. I was like, I'm dying. And I was like sitting in my bed in my place, And he was like, "Are you good?" I was like, "No, I'm really bad off." I think it was altitude sickness mixed with some sort of an actual sickness, and then something else added on top of it. So it was like a triple whammy of afflictions, and I got them all at the same time. So I hope that does address that the best that I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I want to mention something real quick that is sort of breaking news, but I can't confirm it right now. I'm seeing viewers from the UK, including, I'm also getting a report here from Kieran Adams in the live chat, and I've seen other people say this. There's apparently a very large amount of aerial activity over the UK right now, and I've been trying to check. They must not have their transponders on because I can't see it. But we did see earlier in the day that there was a lot of reconnaissance aircraft in the sky, and also I think there was also a large deployment of jets, fighter jets that is, around the UK. So I wouldn't doubt it. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong or that you're not telling the truth here, but I just can't see it on flight radars and I can't confirm it. So let me see here if I can try to get some more information about this real quick, because we do know that oil tanker, the alleged empty Russian oil tanker, is still near the UK in some effect or another, but we just don't know exactly how far along it's gotten yet. But Enforcer, can you see anything about it?
I can't see anything, unfortunately, old boy. I just see a lot of commercial flights, specifically British Airways flights, which is very on brand for being British after all.
Interesting. So yeah, for now, we'll have to wait and see if it pops up on flight radar. That's our only real way to know what activity is going on, unless someone on the ground photographs the activity in the sky. And once again, I will say this: I'm not a Brit, but for the Brits out there, remember your own operational security on that. You may not want to photograph every single thing you're seeing because, of course, it could be an OPSEC thing. We're not sure exactly if there's some type of raid that's about to take place on that ship, and it could be maybe related to the operation. We don't want to tip the Russians off or something like that. So that's another thing to consider. I had heard earlier today that there was some special detachment that was in the UK that might be in charge of boarding that vessel, but that was just a rumor.
And that is true, by the way, folks. That is true. Also, I have to say,
it's true. It's confirmed.
Say what?
It was confirmed that there is a special forces detachment there.
Oh no, I was just saying it's true to what you were saying. Like I was agreeing with you. Like I was basically going, yo, that's like so valid, bro. I was just basically doing that in a different way, you know. And then you're like,
you had exclusive knowledge for a minute. I was about to say, dang, how'd you confirm that? I've been looking at it all day.
No, and also, if we do get knowledge like that, we don't disclose it, you know. So, like, you know, I can't say, folks. I'll just let y'all know, I do not have any information to go against what Matthew's saying right now. It's still up in the air what's going on with that situation. But if we do get information like that, which it's very seldom that we ever do, we never disclose it, we keep it to ourselves, because that is operational security. And technically, once it makes it to someone in the press, it's you could go and yell it from the mountain, technically, if you wanted to. But I generally know a lot of people in the not in the special forces, sorry, correction. I know a lot of people in the armed forces in general. And so when I sit there and think about yelling that stuff from the mountaintops, sure, that'd be great for views and everything, but at the same time, I don't want to get folks that I might know or might be similar to the folks I know, getting them hurt and killed because we wanted to go and yell something from the mountaintop. So if we ever get information like that, it stays well and buried and hidden, because why in the world would we disclose that? It wouldn't be good for American interests. But anyways, one thing I was wanting to point out, Matthew, is that this A380 here has actually flown all the way from Miami, Florida, and has just made it into British airspace over Plymouth.
Oh, that's interesting, and well, that's fascinating.
Yeah, really, it is. I didn't know that A380s flew to the, well, I knew that some A380s flew to the United States, like, say, JFK and all. I didn't know that the British Airways had a A380 flight that went to Miami, though. That's news to me.
I want to fly on one of those still. I know at this point, like, it's old news about the A380, but I've never gotten to fly on one, to actually, like, be able to walk up the stairs and stuff like that. I would still like to fly on it, but at the same time, though, I can only imagine what the tickets cost for that thing, because it's expensive normally to go to the UK. I think it's like $1,700 for a normal economy ticket, if I recall correctly, to go round trip from like Atlanta airport to the UK. But I can't remember the ticket price exactly. But I can only imagine what it costs to go on the A380.
You want to find out, old boy? Oh,
yeah,
what?
Let's find out.
From Salt Lake City to London, nonstop flight. It's in economy, by the way, round trip, $893 right now.
How far out?
February 6th, so a month.
Are you sure?
That's what I'm getting right here, old boy. Right there. $893.
Wow. That's something. I didn't know it. I mean, that's I think for flights to the UK, it's not too bad. I mean, obviously $800 is still a lot of money, but that's not too bad for flying all that way. I didn't know they had nonstop to the UK from Salt Lake City. That's kind of crazy.
Well, you wouldn't fly first. That's for damn sure. Like, dang, dude.
$8,000.
$8,000, and it's not even a nonstop flight. It's a connecting flight to fly first class all the way. But if you go economy, though, you can do nonstop on multiple airlines. Virgin Atlantic, KLM even does a flight from Salt Lake City to London in the UK.
Interesting.
But it's all airports. It's not Heathrow, so this could be like Gatwick and other places. But it's all near the London area. That's crazy, folks. That is actually wildly cheap, because I remember back when we tried to take a trip, well, when we went on a trip with our parents to the UK, I remember them saying that like the tickets were like $1,300 or $1,700 a pop. So this is about half price compared to what it was back then. That's actually kind of crazy.
That is kind of crazy, honestly. I'm not sure if a lot of people are trying to go to the UK anymore, to be honest. I think the UK is sort of like scaring people off a little bit, not being political with that. I think it's just scaring people. Also, Butchie, who is in the UK, said it's because nobody wants to come here now. I think that might actually play a part in it, because I've never seen the tickets that cheap.
You know, honestly, man, this is even crazier. We could fly to New York City for $185.
Why would I want to go to New York City?
I don't know, just in case you wanted to. I was like, I was just thinking.
I mean, why would I want to go to New York City?
Because it's cool. I don't know.
I'm just joking. Honestly, I have no desire. Like, no offense to people that live in New York, because we have viewers from there, but I just have no desire to go to a place that busy. I don't mind it. I like to visit, but at the same time, though, I just don't see the appeal.
What? Dude, I would want to go to New York City. I mean, hell, like honestly, man, our whole lives we dissed on LA, and then we went there, and it was actually pretty interesting. I mean, not where I want to live, but still really interesting. It was cool to see. I would want to see New York City. I mean, they have all kinds of cool places. They have Lower Manhattan. They have Chinatown, or the capital of knockoffs in this country. They have Little Italy. They have like Midtown at the Empire State Building. They have Central Park. I mean, New York City is pretty cool.
It's just so crowded. I mean, there's a reason why I picked Salt Lake City, because Salt Lake City its density of population is not that bad. So it's like it's considered. I think Salt Lake City is considered like a medium-sized city. It's not considered like a mega city like New York. Also, Bobby said I was born in Manhattan, so Bobby knows what it's like to live in New York. It's crowded. I would imagine he would say that too. But I just don't like these highly dense cities. Like, they're fun to visit for like a day, but after a day, I'm like, okay, that's enough. Like that, I've got to go and go back to somewhere that's not so crowded. And I just don't like it.
I would tell y'all, folks, if I had my way, and you gave me like 2 weeks off air, which is never going to happen, but if I had 2 weeks off air, this is what I'd do, folks. This would be like my ultimate trip. I would fly from here to Washington, D.C., hopefully not get hit by an Army helicopter on the way in, and then land there. I'm not going to lie, folks, that scares me into flying into Washington, D.C., the fact that an Army helicopter ran into one of those jump jets. I'm not saying that as like a morbid joke. I'm like legit, like that hit me. I was like, maybe I don't want to fly to Washington. Maybe I'll go somewhere else and do this in reverse. Maybe fly to Boston and then do this in reverse. But anyways, I would fly to either Washington or Boston, and I would spend about a day or two in every major historic city in this area, because all of them are majorly historic. I don't know if I do Baltimore, though, because Baltimore's got such a bad reputation. I might just skip it, but I do want to see like Fort McHenry and stuff, and take the Avelia Liberty, that new high-speed train, Matthew, from city to city for about 2 weeks, and make it from Boston down to, say, like Providence, and then down to New York City, and then to Philadelphia, and then Baltimore and Washington, and make that the whole trip. That would be really cool to me.
Yeah, I will say, out of all the, I will say Washington, D.C. to me, I make an exception for D.C. Just because I like it. D.C. is nice, but the only problem with D.C. though, it's kind of similar to New York. To live in D.C. or even in the suburbs of D.C., you got to have some serious money to live there, because I mean, for a basic studio apartment there, I think it's like $2,000 a month. which is insane. That's crazy rent for anywhere like that. So DC is cool to me. I really like it. Now, obviously, my whole background is like political stuff, so I mean it's attracting for that reason. But I mean, unless you're willing to accept living in somewhat subpar conditions for a hell of a lot more money than everywhere else, then it's not that great. Depending on what your job options are and things like that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, I wouldn't want to live. I'll be honest with y'all. I find the Northeast of the United States to be really, honestly, in my opinion, folks, the most interesting part of America as far as history goes and everything that exists there culturally. It's the most interesting part of the country. But at the same time, I don't really know if I would want to live there because it's very expensive up there. And on top of that, it's not really in its economic heyday anymore. Like, it really hasn't been since about the 1970s or so, when Penn Central went bankrupt, which was because the area was doing so badly. And since then, it's rebounded, but it hasn't really rebounded to what it was back in, say, like, the 1950s and really all of the eras of U.S. history up until the 1950s. This was the place to be in America, but after that, it's kind of more so just a place. Really cool historically, though, and really neat, but as far as like what's going on there and how good it is and stuff, it's not really the greatest. And I'll be honest with y'all, I think right now the greatest place to be, like the moving and shaking kind of a place to be in America, would generally be probably Texas. I'm speaking economically, not in like quality of life. Texas or California, because quite literally their GDPs are the size of individual countries in the world. But they kind of are reaching that point where, well, Texas not really yet, but California has reached a point that it has reached its economic zenith, and it's basically still like everything there cost-wise is still rocketing up. Like the state of California is on the up and up, but the truth of it is that it's already kind of reached its peak at the moment, and that's causing a great disparity in between the people there trying to be a part of a state that was on the up and up, but it isn't really on the up and up like it was, but everything else is still skyrocketing like it was, or it still is. So that's kind of the rough thing about it. But California is pretty cool, folks. Like, there are, of course, dodgy parts of LA, because LA was really the big city that we went to when we were there, and there's dodgy parts of it, sure, like every other city. But there are also really cool parts of LA, and California is endlessly abounding in natural beauty. I mean, the whole state is gorgeous, from the coastline to the mountains to the valleys, everything else in between. It is really one hell of a place. I would highly encourage y'all, if you're Americans or even from around the rest of the world, to really come to the United States and travel around it, because a lot of Americans don't know this either, because a lot of Americans really don't travel around America often either, but America is very different culturally from place to place. Like, Californians are totally different than Alabamians, Utahns are totally different than the both of them, New Yorkers are completely different, and then there's subgroups of cultures in each of these states that are entirely different than the other subcultures. So it's actually very varied and interesting. The only thing that remains the same, though, are the chain restaurants, the chain stores, and also the way the road structures look. But that's kind of the same in Europe these days. It basically looks the same in most every European nation, for that matter, like that, but in a European form. But it's a really cool place. I would highly recommend traveling around the whole country.
Yeah, I would say so. Real quick, though, I did run a poll. I said, where would you rather live? You have to pick one. Because I know some people was about to say, I wouldn't live in any of those hellholes. I would live out in the country. But you got to pick one of the options. So 57% said Salt Lake City. I'm not sure if they may be being swayed by us saying that or not, or maybe that's what people really think. But 21% said Los Angeles, and 13% said New York City, and somehow Washington, D.C. came in last place with 8%. So honestly, like me personally, if I did not move to Salt Lake City, I was probably going to move to Washington, D.C., to be perfectly honest. But the cost of it kind of ruled it out. So I mean, I like DC personally. I mean, DC is not perfect by any means, but it's. I think maybe it's just because that's my interest. So that's why it's kind of appealing to me, is because that is kind of my wheelhouse with that kind of stuff. But at the same time, though, if you're looking for somewhere that is like peaceful and you have all those friendly Mormons, Salt Lake City is it. And you don't even have to be Mormon to live here. That's a huge misconception that people have about Salt Lake City. I'm not trying to like shill for it or something. I'm just being straight up honest. The place has a great infrastructure. It's very nice. The drivers are a little bit sketchy. That is the downside to it. I can't make any excuses for that. The drivers out here are a little bit iffy. But outside of that, though, very beautiful mountain scenery. The costs compared to the rest of the nation are in the middle range. They're not too high. They're not too low. It's kind of in the middle. And honestly, the scenery is enough for me. And also, it's generally peaceful for the most part. It's not insane like New York, and it's not too quiet like being out in the middle of Nebraska or something. Not hating on Nebraska, people are very friendly there, but it's a little bit too rural for my liking. So I would pick Salt Lake City. I live here personally, but if it wasn't for that, I'd probably be in DC. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, we were going to move to DC, folks, before the CIA transferred us over to the NSA, and then we got booted
Hey,
out.
he's joking. He's joking.
Yeah, I'm
He's
kidding.
joking.
I'm kidding, folks. We don't work with any government agency. We're entirely solo. But it is kind of funny, though, Matthew, because the CIA headquarters is in Washington. Well, it's kind of near to Washington, D.C. It's technically up here. Let's see. Where the hell is it? Where in the world is the CIA headquarters? It's in McLean. I'm forgetting where. Oh, here it is, right here. Here's all the parking lots for it. And then there's this giant NSA building, no joke, folks, right out here in Salt Lake. And where is it? Here it is. It's the Utah Data Center, which is technically, I think, run by the NSA. So that's why I was making the joke, folks, is because for anyone in the know, the CIA headquarters is in basically Washington and McLean in Virginia, and then there's this giant NSA data center out here in Salt Lake. So that's why I was making the joke, folks. But we don't work for the CIA or the NSA. Got to make that clear.
Yes.
Lester.
And also, I drive by that building occasionally right there. That's just a data center, by the way. So it's just a bunch of server racks inside of it. We don't know what's on the servers. We don't know what's on those. But I think it's just mainly like a handful of technicians, like server technicians that work in there. I don't think there's like a whole bunch of workforce in there. It's mainly just data.
Yeah, it really is. Like it's nothing crazy. And I was just kidding with y'all, folks. Yeah, I was just kidding with y'all. But beyond that, as far as it goes for Salt Lake, if you gave me those 4 options, I would pick Salt Lake. I'm very happy with Salt Lake, and I really don't have a reason to dislike it at all. People out here are very nice, and it's very beautiful. It's fairly affordable. It's pretty good. The only thing, though, that I gotta say is the drawback is that the lake's drying up. And it doesn't really seem like anyone really wants to fix that yet, or right now, and it's going to get worse. Like, you basically kind of have to fix it now, because if you don't fix it and you let it keep drying up, it basically starts to become an unfixable problem, to where it becomes a positive feedback loop, and it basically destroys itself after a while. So that's the one drawback that I have, because if the Salt Lake dries up, then this place is basically going to become hell on earth to live. It's going to be like the people who lived near to the Aral Sea in the Soviet Union. It's literally a complete parallel to what would happen here. But outside of that, as long as the lake doesn't dry up, which either the federal government's going to step in and deal with that, or the state government's going to deal with it, which it really is their issue. Either way, the lake will probably be saved, so we won't really have to worry about it too much. But beyond that, this is a really cool place. Like, let me see if I can show y'all a view that you would have. We'll go on to 9,000 South. Oh, all of them are in the summer. Let me see if I can get one in the winter. Dang. This doesn't really do it justice being out here, but that's the kind of view that you get on the daily. But it's snow-capped right now, literally almost down to the base of the mountains, and it looks so nice, and it doesn't look like this in real life. Like, for some reason, it looks really hazy, and some days it does look like this, but they're fairly rare. It's like every other 2 months from when we've been out here, but it's really beautiful out here, and it's just so nice. It's incredible. And also, someone said no rain, no water. We've had a lot of rain over the past few weeks here. Like, it's rained almost every other day, and that's another thing that I like about here, is that there are no tornadoes, which is just incredible, that we don't have to worry about getting obliterated by a tornado in the middle of the night. That's really nice. But anyways,
we had an earthquake the other day out here, actually.
Man, we've had a load of them, actually. I was watching like a little infographic on that the other day about all of the earthquakes in 2025 in Utah, and there was like dozens of them that happen around here, but they're very small. They're like 3s and 2s, so you don't even really feel them.
Yeah, I think it was up near Ogden, up toward the north. They had a 3.3 the other day. So it was a small, I didn't feel anything personally, but, up there in Ogden, apparently they felt a little bit.
Man, I mean, I got to be honest. It's something else, like earthquakes technically are happening, you don't even feel them. And they also have this really nice train, folks. I gotta say, they run the train out here well, because they have this thing called the front runner. Don't ride the tracks, but they have this thing called the front runner, and it's a train that takes you all the way from Ogden down to Provo and everywhere in between in a straight line, and it's very nice. It's actually fairly affordable too compared to gas, because you can go all the way from, say, I think it's like Provo all the way up to Ogden, which I think on the road is like 110-mile distance or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And you can take that whole ride there for like $14 one way. And when you factor in how much gas costs, that's very economical. And also you're not having to do any of the driving. And they also police it incredibly well, because we actually have seen the UTA Railroad Police, and whenever anyone kind of like dodgy shows up at like a platform or something, and it look like they're about to start telling you like, the aliens, they're sucking your brains out with a straw, you know, or something like that. The police come in, they're like, hey, buddy, you gotta go. It's like, you gotta leave. And then like, you know, they keep a tight ship out here, which is fairly nice. But the tracks, though, not really the case. The tracks is kind of questionable, especially once you get past like Murray or Midvale or something. And you start getting towards downtown, it gets very questionable. But the front runner is great. Front runner is like primo. So anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here goes to none other than Brian Sodor. And thank you very much, Brian, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate it very, very much. And he said, I appreciate all the condors jus, especially Illy, when we rolled into Venezuela invasion. And we rolled into that like 2 a.m. and went to like 4 a.m. Eastern.
And that was a crazy time, Brian. And I got to be honest, these last few days of news have been absolutely crazy. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you so much for the support, the massive support, and helping this channel to keep on running so that way we can cover this news each and every single day. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one. But a humongous thanks to you once again.
Indeed. And jumping into our next super chat, this one goes to Angel Rents. And thank you very much, Angela, that is, for that $20 support. I think I said Angel, but it's Angela. But thank you very much, Angela, for that support, that 20. And she said, buy Costco chicken.
Hey, Costco chicken. There's so many Costcos in Salt Lake City, it'll make your head spin. We even have this giant one, this humongous one, that's right near the interstate. And where in the world is it? I think I went too far up. I think it's further down. Where is that Costco, man? Where is that Costco?
It's the closest one to downtown.
It's the closest one to downtown. Hey, that's what you say, eh? There's RC Willie.
Just type it in.
Oh, here it is. The Costco Wholesale. It's this one right here. This is the business center one that sells the tubs of Nutella for like for a good price. And Dawn dish.
Good price. I give you good price.
Good price. Come by. Like, that's what, anyways. Oh man, but you know, this is a really cool place. We wanted to go to this the other day, but I think we forgot, or we just didn't end up going. But it was really cool looking on stream, and I gotta say, we love a Costco chicken, and I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to have ourselves a delicious and very merry Costco chicken. Now, Matthew, you know, State Street was actually a good ways away from that. Okay, so that's why we didn't see it. Because, you know, we saw that other one, Matthew, that was, like, right on the street, and we were like, oh, look at that, and then we, like, didn't find the big one. And that's because it was apparently near 300 West, not State Street. So that's interesting.
I think that's the largest Costco in the world, or at least that's the claim.
Let's see. Largest Costco in the world. The largest Costco in the world is located in Salt Lake City, Utah. And it has a massive 235,000 square foot space. It is this one.
I mean, it literally looks like it takes up a whole block.
I think it does, technically. I think, yeah, it does, actually. I think that's like a whole 660 feet or something, which is a Salt Lake City block. So, yeah, it's huge.
Now, look at all that parking. Us Americans, we love our parking. I mean, the parking is bigger than the building.
Look at all that parking. The aquatics would feel at home. Oh, man, I tell you. But let's see here. What else do we have? Oh, we got Smith's Ballpark. Oh, this looks cool. What is this? Oh, wow, this is like a real old traditional ballpark right here. I didn't know we had this in Salt Lake City. I thought this was more of like a New England thing. But they have the real deal. I mean, look at that. That's crazy. And they have fireworks shows and everything. That's really cool, actually. That's really neat. I gotta say, folks, Salt Lake City is just truly a magical and amazing place. Just so neat. But anyways, with that, I hope we were able to talk about Costco a good deal, and thank you so much for the support and helping us to continue our Costco chicken fund, so that way we can have the chicken to eat around the Costcos. And so a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Old Warrior Fella yet again. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, for the second support of the night. He said, by the Russian standard, the X-15 was a manned hypersonic at Mach 6.4 maneuverable. And take another from the chat.
You know, that's true. A lot of people don't remember this, but we actually made this thing back in the day, a long time ago, in 1959. 1959. And this thing went, if we can get this correct, Mach 6.7 with a man inside of it. So it's hypersonic by definition. And this is why I keep saying, folks, it can't be that hard to make a hypersonic, because we made one that we could put a man into in 1959. Like, no joke, this is just right after jet travel became common in America with the Boeing 707. We finally, right after that, made a hypersonic at Mach 6.7. So that's why I say making a hypersonic can't be that hard, because if you can do it with 1950s era technology and put a man inside of it at that, which takes a whole lot more than just making a rocket that can go that fast with no one on it, it can't be that hard to make it. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And also, this thing is really cool. I think we actually have it in a museum somewhere. Let's see here. Well, there it is, being restored, actually. So here it is. There it is, the real X-15 at the U.S. Air Force Museum.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Man, honestly, man, for it to go Mach 6.7, that sure is a lot of exposed rivets in the fuselage.
That is true. You know, we have to have stuff way faster than this.
Well, really, there isn't a reason to have anything fast like this. Like, we back in the day in air combat scenarios, it was all about speed, because we were trying to build interceptors to intercept Soviet bombers. But after the whole Soviet bomber thing kind of went away, we really stopped emphasizing speed in our designs. Because, crazily enough, an F-16 cannot go as fast as an F-4 Phantom at its top speed.
Interesting, interesting. Also, by the way, do you know there's like a little like jet propulsion vehicle? I think Lockheed made it. They had done an experiment. It was like a vehicle that adjusted its position with jet nozzles. Do you know which one I'm talking about? And it like kept itself perfectly level in air using jet nozzles.
You're talking about the Avro car?
Not the Avro car. It looked like something that would be in orbit in space, and it used jet blasts, like little quick jet blasts, to keep itself stationary in the air. Like, it was an experiment. It was an experimental thing. I can't remember the name of it, though.
I can't remember the name of it either. I'm sure someone in the chat's about to say it, though, because someone always knows what we're talking about. But I can't remember that one. Do you remember, Matthew, that wacky concept that someone had that you could make like a dome-shaped craft and have nuclear explosions go off in it at multiple times to propel it up into space? Do you remember that crazy concept?
Yeah, I think so. Also, by the way, Butchie said, I know what crazy little thing. I know what it is. I know what it looks like, but I can't place the name of it. I'm pretty sure it was Lockheed that developed it. And it was a long time. I think it was like for 1990s tech. But the point I was trying to make by space, I think that's it. Somebody got it. I think Bailey got it right. Let's see here. Space kill vehicle. That is it. The multiple kill vehicle. Let's see here. That is it. Thank you. Bailey Courtright got it right. They knew exactly what I was talking about. Huge shout out to them, by the way. That is it right here. Let's see, when was this developed? Let me go look at the Wikipedia article. So this thing right here was apparently, I don't have dates for it or anything. I could have sworn it said 1990 before, but it doesn't have a date on it. But anyways, this thing right here, though, is an experimental thing. There is a video of it actually in motion and actually working here. It is extremely impressive. So if we have something like that, and this is considered old at this point, I can only imagine what they've really got now.
I mean, it is a cool little fella. It's a neat little thing. They keep it contained in this cage, folks, because if it breaks loose, it might eat sheet metal. But beyond that, it is a pretty neat little creature in there. And I think it's best that we keep it in there. But beyond that, really interesting little system, I have to say. There's a really, really neat little vehicle. Let me think of it. Let me go pull this up. Let's see. Here it is.
Also, by the way, we have a lot of more super jets to get to.
Well, we might have those, but I gotta show this thing. Did y'all know that at one point we had a hover pad that the Army could use? Did you know that, Matthew? We had a stationary hover pad where an Army soldier could get on it, hover up into the air, and then fire at targets from a vantage position. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Yes, it's the Hiller Pawnee. There it is right there. And
this is what inspired Johnny Quest, actually.
Yes, that is actually true. Hey, you know about it. Hey, but the Pawnee, folks, was actually designed to basically be kind of like a jetpack before jetpack technology really got even close to being what we think of it nowadays. So what this was going to be was basically like a flying little hover pad that a guy could get on and fly around, and he could blast guys off of this thing. It was very dangerous, though, because if the operator ever slipped, he'd basically fall into the giant rotor that was spinning right below him, and he'd get turned into mince. So that's generally why they stopped even working on this thing, because it was generally deemed a little bit too dangerous to use. But it is pretty damn cool, I'll give it that, and it did work, so that's pretty neat as well. Anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into more questions. And what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Truckin' Chef, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, good evening, enforcers and LSA. And quick note, if the enforcers say it's a stupid foreign policy, it's probably a stupid foreign policy. Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence. Hey. He said, we got your backs, enforcers, and thanks for being the best news coverage on the web. And LLT, LSA.
And thank you so much for the support. And thank you for having our back. And it is like, I don't mean to sound like we're the authoritative law on something, but if we have to go out of our way to say something is absolutely stupid, that means without a doubt, it's absolutely stupid. We don't say that on a lot of stuff. Sometimes we'll go, I don't really know about that. We'll see. Like, if we think it's very questionable, but it's not just absolutely stupid, it makes no sense. This is absolutely stupid. I've seen a decent amount of people in the chat tonight supporting it, which tells, which I gotta say, my respect for a very limited number of people has plummeted significantly from that, because I don't know how people can't independently think, because these people earlier in the year were saying that we should stop funding Ukraine because wars aren't good, and blah 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 and yada yada. Now the US is saying that we'll invade Greenland to take it, and then now that's all good and wars are great. As a matter of fact, we need to go around the world fighting everyone, including NATO, because wars are good. And I'm like, if you are that little of a free thinker that you can literally have your whole opinion change in a 180 on a dime because someone said something and you just believe anything they say, that's something that I really don't have a lot of respect for. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running, so we could say what we want on air, whether something's good or not. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to be a $20 super chat from Arar983. And thank you very much, Arar, for that support. He said, better air fun, Kirkland brand air. They have that.
I don't know. But I'll say I'm for it. And I gotta thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to CIA Accounts Payable Black Ops Accounting, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much for that support. They said, then who's going to cash this check? Well, you see here, good fellow, thank you very much for that support. That right there requires no cashing. That's not a check. That's just petty cash, as Scrooge McDuck said. But thank you very much, CIA Accounts Payable, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to cash that check. That's petty cash, old boy. And I'm just kidding. That's actually humongous support. And we thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I didn't mean that was petty support. I was doing the meme. Everybody knows the Scrooge McDuck meme, right? Like the whole, like, that's just petty cash. Like, it's a Scrooge McDuck. Like, people know who that is, right? Like, I'm not just sounding crazy here, all right?
Oh, I'm sure everyone does. I was just saying that though on my end, maybe it's like that's just petty cash, but it is huge support nonetheless. Just all jokes aside, just to make it clear, because it's like who knows? Some people may or may not know the joke, and then we'll end up on a video on some guy's YouTube channel somewhere where they're going, "Wow, the enforcers hit a brand new low. They're degrading their viewers because they're not giving them enough money." And then someone's gonna.
Are you talking about that guy that wet critical?
No, not him. He does all the he does all kinds of stuff. There's these YouTube channels out there. Not Moist Critical. He's not one of them. He just does
Moist.
Yeah, Moist Critical. He's he just does his own thing. He's pretty cool. But there are some YouTube channels out there, Matthew, who literally make their whole career talking about other YouTube channels, and they'll take something and maybe. Sometimes it's just completely true, what they're saying about people. Other times they'll spin some stuff a little bit though, to where you say something like that's just petty cash, and they'll be like, "There's the enforcers demeaning their viewership because they're not giving them enough money." Some people say the enforcer channel is getting into financial straits, and then they do that whole deal, and I'm just like, oh. I'm like, oh, dude, I used to, by the way, folks, I used to watch those channels a long time ago, and then I started to see how they would fib the information sometimes to spin a story to make something interesting because everyone's got to make content, and then I was like, oh, so it's not all entirely accurate. It's just kind of like spinning a yarn to spin it so people will watch it, and I was like, okay. But anyways, with that, I do hope that does address it the best I can. A huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, let me quickly retype this real quick. I had a little typo there. Scrooge McDuck. I was trying to write that in the chat just so people could see what I was referencing. But anyways, it came out wrong the first time. But anyways, this one goes to Dr. Pickle, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much for that support. They said, "Have you guys heard about flock cameras? What are your thoughts?"
Yeah, we have heard about flock cameras. I don't really like them. Me personally, it's basically trying to get around the whole law enforcement surveillance deal without it being law enforcement because it's technically a private company. And then on top of that, you can basically hack into these cameras wherever from whoever, which makes them very allegedly. But a lot of municipalities are working off of the information, if I'm not mistaken, and a lot of them are taking them down, if I'm also not mistaken on that.
I wouldn't make any statements like that. We're not really sure. We're not really sure about those. Me personally, I don't like them, but I'm not sure about all that.
Well, that's what the word on the street is, allegedly, but I'm not really a big fan of them either. I feel like there is, by the way, no expected modicum of privacy in public areas or spaces like public roadways, sidewalks, parks, and so on. But I just don't really like the idea of putting up a camera to read everyone's license plate that passes by. That just seems to me to be something that, while there is no expected modicum of privacy in public, that still feels like it's infringing on some sort of level of privacy. From what I would take from it, I'm not really a big fan of it at all. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $30 support from Marion Deemer. And thank you very much, Marion, as well, for that generous support. And Marion said, "Hugs and winter will get to you soon. And so love Ukraine. And thank you for being here with the info and all that you give us."
Oh, and the winter warning is starting. The winter weather warning is starting tonight. So hopefully we will see that we have winter weather from this point on, because we didn't have any through Christmas. So I'm hoping that we'll have some through January and February, hopefully. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, because you've been here for a while and helping us to keep this thing running. We're massively appreciative of it. So a huge thanks once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Christy J. And thank you very much, Christy, for that support. And Christy said, "Hi, guys. And if the regime in Iran falls, how much does that affect Russia's ability to fight in Ukraine? And also, do you see India coming back to its senses as it realizes it's on the losing team?"
I don't really think India is ever going to come back to its senses. I think it's basically dived off the deep end. As far as Iran collapsing, affecting the war in Ukraine, it really won't, because Russia doesn't get a lot of their drones from Iran anymore, from what we can tell. Most of them are made in Russia or China. So it won't really be that much of an impact for the Russians, at least. The war will just continue on. But basically, at that point, the Russians will have lost every single Russian or Chinese-aligned ally that they could have counted on in the Middle East, because Assad will be gone and Khamenei will be gone. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, I saw someone say Walmarts have cameras up everywhere. Well, yeah, but Walmart is private property, though. That's not a public space. Like, people mistake that a lot. Like, a Walmart is technically private property, so you're there at basically by the benevolence of Walmart. But if Walmart wants to film you while you're in their store, they can. Like, they have the right to, because it's their private property. And if you try and do something like film on their private property and they tell you not to, and then they tell you to leave, you don't have a right to film in a Walmart. Like, you can be trespassed and you have to leave. So, you know, that's what a lot of people mistake. Like, there are a lot of places that are heavily trafficked by the public, like Walmart, say, that would seem like a public place, but it is technically a private property because it's not owned or operated by a municipality or anything else along those lines. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Measureman. And he said, Sweden is with Greenland all the damn way.
And I would say very interesting here, and I would have to say generally, I don't even know why the U.S. is threatening them to where that's the case, but I have to say good on y'all. So big thanks to you for the support and help with the channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Robert Krogan, and Robert said, good evening, LSA and enforcers. No good questions, but I'm sure that there's one in that chat.
And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And hopefully, there will be a good question in the chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Sean, who said, do you think that they will do another operation like what happened in Venezuela to the Tehran government? I would, honestly, Sean, I would give it pretty decent odds that we could see something like that happen. I'm not sure if that's wise, because that operation went very, very well in Venezuela. But, you know, some people could argue that maybe it was a fluke. Now, I'm not trying to, you know, take away any credit from the forces, by the way. They did a fantastic job. But sometimes there's always an element of luck involved in things like that. Like, you know, certain things, like, for example, helicopter malfunctions could happen. You got to be very cautious about doing things like that. So, you know, they might try to do it again, but it may not be the most advisable thing. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think the chances are pretty decent. Because if the president's the one in charge of these sorts of calls, he's generally a creature of habit. If there's ever a show of force to be done, it's usually done with some form of a large bomber. So, you know, and basically every single time. So I had a feeling that that's a pretty decent likelihood, but it might not be pulled off as well. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And big thanks to you once again for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And I just saw someone say, what if your child or family member was kidnapped? I bet those cameras would be a good thing. Well, yeah, but you could also say at that extent, why in the world is it that we have the Fourth Amendment in this country that stops searches and seizures without a warrant? I mean, if the police could stop and search and seize anything and everything they wanted, I'm sure crime would be cut down on a whole lot. You could make that argument wherever and everywhere to say, why don't we just get rid of people's rights, because it's definitely going to make the public a safer place to be. But at the same time, it's also going to make the country a lot more of an oppressive place to be. So I would say I would rather have the country be a much freer place to live in than a more oppressive place to live in, regardless of the consequence of that. So I hope that addresses that well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Siri, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Siri, for that support. They said if they come for Greenland, they will come for Svalbard too. And it's hard to believe I'm typing these words. And it may neither of these things happen. And thank you for the hard work, Enforcer Bros and XO from Oslo.
Hey, and big thanks to you for support, and I hope that they won't. That would be ridiculous if we did, and I would be honest with y'all. The Congress needs to completely dissuade that action and take any action to stop that, in my opinion, by any means, up to the point even possibly considering impeachment as a likely option, because this action is so bad in American foreign policy interest that it would be totally destructive if it was followed through on at any point. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for support and help with the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from Austin Edmondson. He said, I love y'all's TISM rants. And what is that? This is serious, mum? Those are some crazy rants. Is that what that means?
No, that's the TISM.
The TISM? What's that?
You know what that is.
The TISM. What
he's
is
got
that,
a
like
touch
a code?
of the, he's got a touch of the TISM, you know.
That
deal, you know. Yeah.
Okay. I got it now. I got it.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like this is serious, mom. Like that's an acronym for this is serious, mom.
No, he meant it another way. But
that's serious too, mom. I mean, it could be serious too.
Well, I mean, you know, we have to have those from time to time, and I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I gotta say, folks, it was a little weird how long it took for Matthew to get that one. I was like,
I've never heard anybody describe it as that. I've just heard people just say it the way it is. I've never heard anybody say it like that.
Matthew was like a voice recognition system. I was was like, the tism. He was like, huh? The tism, the thing. Huh? A touch of the, oh, computing, I understand. It's like man, I had to go all the way to the whole phrase, man. He was like spelled out in the sentence. But beyond that, I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for enjoying those rants. I hope they're very interesting. But still, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Jack Ray. And Jack said, did you hear the joke about $7? It's a riot. And here's a 7 post YouTube tax.
And I gotta thank you for the support. And I'd have to say that your 7 is going to be helping us out a lot more than their 7. I'll tell you that. But I do thank you massively for the support and the kind words and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say that it is an absolute hoot to hear that they're offering to give out $7. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mechtild, who put in a 10. He said, police chief, Baghdad Bob incarnated. Fun.
That guy's worse than Baghdad Bob even. I mean, he's like a step below Baghdad Bob. But I do thank you, Master, for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Slamina Evil, who put in a 10. He said, I'm back, and I'm going to be honest. Some Canadians don't want Greenland to be a part of the States. Some of us see it to violate our national security, and yet made the Dominion and Republic forever be friends in LSA.
I'm not going to lie. I think I don't really think anyone in America is a big fan of this plan either. I think like I'll be honest with y'all folks, these days it really seems like the only people who are fans of the plans that the administration is putting out is the administration, and that's it. I don't really see anyone else who's a big fan of most anything that they're doing, whether it's hanky-pankying with the Russians and everything else in between. It's like, I'll be entirely honest with y'all folks, the foreign policy has been pretty damn rough. And I will say that there's some cool moments in there, like capturing Maduro, which is pretty neat. Nobody can really argue about that. But at the same time, we then follow along with then finding out today that they're literally playing everything day to day by ear and there's no larger plan. So, it's like, how in the hell is it, like, and you know what's stupid, folks, is that people will sit there and say, oh, they have this all planned out and figured out. It's like, if they did, it's like, why in the world were y'all bitching and moaning about Biden didn't have anything figured out and Obama stuff? It's like, if they all get the same information from the same agencies. Bush did too. It's like, so for some reason, nobody else, according to these people nowadays, had anything figured out, no matter what political affiliation they are. But the current president, for some reason, has this massive plan that spans for 3 years into the future, and he just knows everything that's going to happen like he's the all-seeing eye or something. It's like, how in the world does that work? Because I don't know if anyone's ever lived, I'm sure many of y'all may have just started living, well, not many, but some people may have just started living today. But it's like, when you look at the government do what they do, they don't really know a lot of what they're doing half the time. It's like, even when they have everything put together and they're trying to figure out a plan and they're working with as much intelligence as they have, usually it still kind of ends up half-baked at least half the time. It's like, so why in the world would anyone think right now, with the spontaneous decision-making that's being made, that there's some sort of a larger overarching plan and they know what's up and everything's under control? Because, I mean, just in last year with the tariff scares, we can clearly see that they had nothing under control because they just announced 175% tariffs on China, the stock market would plummet, and then they'd reverse that literally within the next few hours because they saw how badly it was going to turn out for the economy and the stock market. And it's like, well, that clearly shows they had no planning. They just spontaneously did something, saw it was already exploding, and then they backed off of it immediately because there was no larger plan. So why in the world would we think they have a larger plan on foreign policy in general when they didn't even have a plan on something as simple as tariffs and how that would impact the economy? But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, Matthew, how many do we have left?
Just about 25.
Oh, heavens. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Joppy, who put in a $20 super chat right here. And thank you very much, Joppy, for that support. He said, Matt, since you keep saying you don't understand why, I'll put a short summary of my email here. And also, by the way, sorry if I hadn't gotten to your email, by the way, because I have a whole backlog of them. So he said, the U.S. wants Greenland because the U.S. only got Alaska as a claim to the Arctic, which isn't much. It's because melting ice long term. Honestly, Joppy, I would disagree with that. I think the U.S. wants Greenland because, let's see here. How do I say this? Rare earths is one reason, but the U.S. wants Greenland because we're currently taking on a bad mindset, kind of like the mindsets Russia's got going on right now, that we would rather simply take what we want instead of working with other people to achieve our goals. That's the problem right now. If we need Greenland in a wartime setting, we can simply annex Greenland in a wartime setting if Denmark can't properly defend it, but it hasn't gotten to that point yet. And why would we violate the sovereignty of Denmark's territory by invading it for any other reason? Honestly, any reason. Like, it's their territory and they're an ally. So why invade it? They're literally letting us be there. If we want to do something to fortify it, then I'm sure they would say, yeah, sure, but you can't take it. That's their red line. So why not respect it? But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I generally disagree as well, because America doesn't have access to Alaska. We have access to basically the entirety of the Arctic except for the Russian coastline, because every single nation in NATO that has a coastline is near to the Arctic Circle, generally. So all of the coastline in the world that is in every NATO state is basically American coastline, because we can go up there and we can conduct any actions that we choose in the common defense of the NATO alliance. So there's no reason to say that there's a point in America taking it, because America's already in there. Like that's like saying, well, unless if the U.S. directly owns this area, say Greenland, we can't be there. Well, I mean, we're in Germany, and we don't directly own Germany as an overseas territory, and we're in Britain, and we're also inside of Poland, and we're in Romania, and we're in Italy, and we're in Africa, and we're in Asia, and we're in everywhere else around the world. So it's like, why in the world do we need to physically take Greenland to claim that we're supporting our strategic interests? Because I don't see us physically taking any other land around the world and just annexing giant territories or countries to sit there and go, oh, look, now we're here. It's like, we don't have to do that literally anywhere else. Why is Greenland special?
Yeah, I'll just put it this way, just plain as day. This would not be happening under any other president except for the current president. This would never even be on the table as an option. It's solely because we have the current guy that this is being put on the table. Nobody else, not even people that are on the fringe, would be like, let's go take Greenland. I mean, it's so insane. It's like hard to believe that we're even talking about it right now. And I'm not making a blanket statement about everything the guy's doing, but on this one issue here about Greenland, it is so insane that it makes me question everything, because I'm like, for somebody to literally say, let's go invade and annex an ally's territory, and also destroy NATO in the process, because it is going to destroy NATO. NATO is not going to stay intact if we do something like that. We're literally throwing away the world's strongest alliance just to take Greenland. It literally makes zero sense.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense at all. And also, someone said we need it for a strategic advantage. It's already in NATO. What is up with you people not understanding that? The people who keep saying that, do you not understand that we don't have to annex Poland to be in Poland? The whole Fifth Corps in Poland. We don't own Poland. Do you not get that? Like, for the people who are saying that, do you not understand something as simple as, we can put our forces in another country by their permission, and it basically serves as us being there and controlling the territory, basically. We don't own Germany, we don't own Poland, and we don't own the UK, Italy, or Romania, and yet the entirety of the U.S. Army of Europe and Africa is in those countries. We don't have to own the territory. I don't know what people are not getting about that. It's in NATO. It's provided Article 5 protections. It's basically already ours, because if they try and invade it, that Denmark activates Article 5, and even if NATO didn't activate Article 5 for some weird reason, we can militarily protect it on Denmark's behalf anyways, and get involved on our own end. So that just doesn't make any damn sense. Like, the people who keep saying that stupid point over and over, like saying it for the 50th time, is going to make it make sense. That makes no sense at all in reality. That's living in fictional land where you have some goofy guy who's like bald. He comes out and he sounds like some dude from Germany in the 1930s. He says, we are the storm. It's like, that's listening to that kind of stupidity, and that makes no damn sense beyond standing up on the stage and screaming about stuff. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one also goes to Joppy once again, and thank you, Joppy, for the second support of the night. He said, it's about the territorial claim. The U.S. really only got a very small claim. You need to look at the details on this, about which part of the Arctic is what matters, and it's planning for the coming 100 years of melting ice. But the problem is, Joppy, it's universally recognized internationally that Greenland is a part of Denmark. That's not something that's up for debate. That's something that is a fact. So we have to respect that fact that it's being recognized as Denmark's territory, and Greenland is not up for sale, and it's up to them whether or not they want to sell it. If Denmark says, okay, well we'll take X amount of money for Greenland, then that's fair and square. The U.S. buys Greenland, we absorb it into the United States, and that is what it is. But we can't say basically strong arm Denmark into saying, okay, make a deal or we're going to invade. I mean, we can't do that. I mean, we can't go around strong arming the allies like that. I mean, that's to say, who would want to be allied with a country like that? Nobody. That's why NATO would fall apart.
And also on top of that, I mean, Russia has a claim on Sweden right now, if you don't know. I mean, what are we supposed to do, back off and let them invade you? I mean, they didn't have enough of the Baltic at this point, so why not let them invade your own home country off of that same logic, because it gives them a strategic imperative advantage in the Baltic, which is an important area for them, considering that one of their major ports, St. Petersburg and Ust-Luga, is right there in the Baltic. So, you know, they need control of the coastline, so... You know, I guess you just got to get steamroll. I mean, like, you know, like you see how that logic doesn't really stand too well. Like in the modern day, we work off of the concept that borders are sovereign territory of a state, and they're not to be changed under any real circumstance. Anything against anything in violation of that's in violation of international law. And so, if we're working off of that concept, where this is the Wild West and anyone can do anything they want for strategic gain, then this channel has to be entirely in support of what Russia's doing because it's in their interest, and we had to be entirely in support of them doing whatever they want in Europe, for example, invading Sweden, which is your own home country, and then we'll sit over here and, you know, sip on our tea, and we'll go, oh, well, you know, looks like the Russians needed it for control of the Baltics. Oh, well, you know, and that's the end of it. Like, once you start to erode the kind of basis that we exist on in the modern day as far as border sovereignty goes, it becomes a very dangerous place for people, individuals like yourself, who are living in countries that could come under invasion under that kind of premise. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, we have a $10 super chat from Joppy once again. And thank you very much, Joppy, for the third support of the night. And also, you mentioned the email. And also, sorry about not getting to that. Also, if anyone sent me an email over the last 2 days, sorry for not getting to it. I tried to respond to a whole bunch of them the other day, and I responded like 15 or 20 of them, and I still had like 10 more left. And then I got tied up with trying to do the short war videos and things like that. So I will get around to responding to it. But thank you very much for that support once again. And we also have a $10 super chat from Ken, who said, I still can't afford to buy you guys both coffees, so share. And that's okay with us, Ken. We appreciate the support. And he said, love what y'all do so much and enjoy.
And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And we wouldn't be able to have a coffee from time to time as well. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best we possibly can. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Truckin' Chef. And Truckin' Chef said, Sir, they say Area 52 is just to the west. Do you know what Air Force base that is? They just heard about it today in LSA.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to have a little laugh on air, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. So a big thanks to you for the support. We're greatly appreciative. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, to answer his question, by the way, about Area 52, I think they call Dugway. I think Dugway is an Army base, though. I don't think it's an Air Force base. But Dugway is usually what's considered Area 52. If I'm familiar with the lingo properly, I think they consider Dugway to be that area.
Interesting, actually. I didn't know that. And yeah, Dugway is an Army base. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Rye Guy SR, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support as well. He said, melting ice, I hear, over the next 100 years. May I say the last two major global cooling events caused by volcanoes were within the last 2,000 years, and it could change with one eruption. And also take one from the list, and LTLSA, y'all rock.
And thank you so much for the support, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and we will make sure to take one from the chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
And the live chat question goes to Fire, who said, question of the night, are the people of Iran rebels or protesters?
I would call them revolutionaries at this point, because they're taking control of cities and they're attempting to overthrow the government. So definitely a revolution, or rebels if you want to call them that. So with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to none other than ER2 The Win, who puts in a 10. He said, have y'all checked out the Hill Air Force Base Museum yet? And sadly, we haven't. We have not had the chance to do that yet. I want to go up there and plane spot a little bit because they have some really cool jets taking off from Hill all the time. Also, there are regular helicopter shuttles apparently from Dugway that I think are going to Hill. I'm not really sure where they're going. I think they're going to Hill, but they fly around the area all the time. I see them in the sky all the time, so that's pretty cool. But I want to go see that. But Enforcer, what say you?
We haven't been able to get to it yet, but like Matthew, I really do want to go see this because it is a really, really cool museum. Probably one of the best out here in this region of the country. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best that we possibly can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 7 from John Bove. And he said, I couldn't help it. And honestly, it's not too bad, John Bove. Thank you very much for that support right there. And the 7, just like the Iranian government did. But also, we have a 7 from User. And thank you very much, User, as well as Dema Noack, who put in a 7 also. We had a whole flood of 7s, by the way. And also, we had a 7 from Leslie Bittner, as well as Howard Mendelson, who said this should help calm things down. And will this help?
Maybe, like, hopefully, I gotta say at this point, folks, oh my God, it's so stupid that we have to say this, but it's basically in the hands of the Congress at this point to make sure that absolutely stupid foreign policy decisions are not made on the daily right now. So, you know, I gotta be entirely honest with you all, the Congress isn't really one to put faith much in either these days, but, you know, hopefully we'll see that absolutely stupid and irreparable actions will not be made here in the near future. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to OK State, who put in a 7. He said, $7 for your loyalty, and please don't riot. And we'll try not to. We also have a 7 from Jeff Hill, as well as Michael Merva-Hill, who each put in a 7 as well. And thank you all 3 for your support.
And thank you to each and every one of y'all as well, because y'all are helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 7 from BLK Tornado, who said, Kameni bankrolling the channel indirectly with the meme $7. Here's my part, and LT LSA.
Actually pretty funny. We've had a load of $7 super chats tonight. I gotta thank you so much as well for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Make a Mill, and thank you very much for that $5 support. And we also have a 5 from Hoodoo, who said, I keep thinking that the regime will strike down this revolt violently, but it's so incompetent, perhaps not. I wouldn't rule that out yet, Hoodoo. It doesn't take too much competence to pull a trigger, and I think the Iranian government is that sick and vile that they would end up doing something like that. So I hope it doesn't happen, but with the Iranian government, I don't put anything past them when it comes to massacres and things like that. Like, unfortunately, I think that might be on their menu. But Enforcer, what say you?
I definitely agree, unfortunately, and hopefully we'll see that they generally collapse before they can start doing anything too heinous like that over a long period of time. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Jack Ray, who said, here's 7 after the YouTube tax, and it's great.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ronnie Night Dive, who put in a 5. He said, do you think the Russians will attempt to exfil the Ayatollah? And if so, do you think the U.S. will attempt to capture him before or during the exfil?
I have a feeling that if he gets exfilled, he's probably just going to be left alone, because at that point he won't serve a significant threat, and he's basically abandoning his government, which would doom it to collapse. So that's what I would generally believe. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Rico, and Rico said, Russia did help North Korea develop the technology, but did not provide the actual fuel, and the U.S. did the same with Israel, with the nukes.
And I thank you for the support. And I actually looked into that off air, and it actually does appear that the Soviets did provide them assistance at some point. So I actually was incorrect on that. But that was like so late into the stream. I did that during Zelensky's speech. I was like, I'll just leave that for what it was, because that was an hour ago. But I was actually incorrect. The Soviets apparently did provide some assistance to the North Koreans on their nuclear program. So Matthew, you were correct. And the 90% of the audience,
just like the Russians are doing today.
Yeah, like, I suppose so. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, the Russians are doing that today, by the way. That is said right there. It's something that has been rumored for a while, but I think we can confidently say at this point that considering the fact we had heard that there was an agreement in place for the Russians to give the North Koreans technology, missile technology. We can assume that likely they probably got something along the lines of hypersonic technology from either Russia or China. But anyways, jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Dr. Pickle, once again, who put in a 20. And he said, do you guys think threatening Greenland could be a cover, like when we made threats against Israel and then worked with them in Midnight Hammer?
No, because we didn't make threats against Israel like this. We didn't even really make threats against Israel, honestly. We just kind of told them, now, in my 35 years of teaching, I'm very disappointed. You know, like, it was basically that kind of a talking down that we gave to Israel, because you have to remember that, you know, the Israelis have, like, this little deal going on. But beyond that, with the Danish, though, this is just a direct threat to take Greenland or else. That's what it is. It's overt. It's direct. Usually, taking things at face value is a lot better than trying to read into it and make it make sense. Because once you start to, like the thing about that is that you have to take things at face value, because people start to fill in bias when they go, well, maybe he meant this or maybe he meant that. Because if someone comes out, like, you know, say, like, you know, Stalin or Hitler or Mao or somebody, and they say, I want to do this thing. It's better not to go, well, maybe he means like in an interpretive and creative way. Or, you know, anyone for that matter, even people in American politics, just to make sure that we're not bringing up dictators here. You know, like Nixon, Bush, Kennedy, anyone, you know, come up with any president. If they say, I'm going to do this and that and that, you basically take them at face value, especially once they are the president. You go, huh. Sounds like he's doing this, because because once you start to go, well, I think he's trying to do this and it's not as bad as it seems. You basically like kind of like kidding yourself, because you might have a bias to like him into thinking that it's not as bad as it is when it is as bad as it is. Like, for example, you know, he was sitting there saying, oh, Venezuela this, and a lot of people after a while of 4 straight months of him just saying that every day, we're gonna bomb them tomorrow, everyone was going, oh, this is a bunch of bullshit. And then a lot of people were also going, well, I think he's doing this because he's never going to attack Venezuela, but he's just trying to convince the Russians and the Chinese that he means business. And then we bombed them, and then we actually nabbed Maduro, which then shows that he was actually meaning to do that, and it was directly what he was saying. Like, he literally telegraphed it for 4 months. So trying to get into that, it's basically kind of like going, you know, well, I kind of like the guy, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, which then gets into bias, political bias, on our end at least. And then, you know, that's when we started trying to give people too much of the benefit of the doubt. Because that would be like saying, well, you know, Biden wasn't really senile. You know, he just looked like that, so that way you throw everyone off in the public and also around the world to think that he is, but he's really a hardcore monster underneath, and he's mentally sharp. And it's like, no, what you see is what you're getting there. The guy's hardly here mentally. So, you know, it's like...
Although mentioning what you were just talking about there for a second, if you put yourself, and once again, I'm not going to preface it. I'm just going to say it the way it is. Put yourself in the mind of a bully for a second. If you're trying to get people in line, like let's say you're like a school bully or something, what does a school bully typically do? They find the runt of the group, or someone who's considered the weaker one of the group, and they go and beat the hell at that person. That's usually what bullies do. It's obviously wrong, but that's what they do. They do that to show all the other ones in the group that this is what could happen to you if you don't bend to my will. That's what you do. So some people speculate that's what's happening with Venezuela, is Venezuela was the weak one of the bunch out of all the people the U.S. is trying to get in line. So they went down there and made an example out of Venezuela in the hopes that would scare the hell out of the Ayatollah and also all these other people around the world and make them fall in line. I think that might have been the intent behind it, but that's one theory.
Yeah, but what I would say is that outside of that, though, if something looks like a bad idea, it is a bad idea. Like there's no like trying to sit there and work with it and massage it to make it sound like it's better. Like, oh well, maybe this is some sort of a ploy and we don't really mean it. No, he really means it. Like, you know, or he wouldn't be saying it openly like he is. And also we wouldn't hear that Rubio's having to go around and tell people in Congress, look, I mean, like that's not really what we're trying to do, because I mean. Like, look at them. They didn't even inform the Congress that they were about to bomb the Venezuelans. So, you know, it's like, who's to say, like, I'm not saying that he's lying to the Congress, but who's to say that he's just, you know, kind of bending the truth when telling the Congress about that, so they really can't react to it as what is directly being said, although that might be what's directly about to be done. You know, who's to say that that's not the case? So, you know, that's what I'd have to say. Take it for what it is. Take everything at face value. Because, you know, for example, if the president said something like, it's time to start rounding up people of a certain political affiliation and put them in camps, it's better not to go, well, that's just hyperbole. It's better to take stuff like that at face value, because a lot of people did that with other people, you know, like, Hitler. Oh, he just means all this in hyperbole, and then he actually meant it. And other people. I'm not comparing him to him, but at the same time, what I'm saying, though, is that generally it's better to take things at face value than always trying to massage it to make it sound better than what it is. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got to speed up tremendously. But this one goes to Fi Guy, who puts in an 8, who said, I had to be different.
Well, I thank you so much for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Hoodoo once again. He said, you think that the word might get out that at the dictator convention this year that it isn't wise to mess with the United States?
I don't know. Maybe for some and maybe not for others, but we'll have to wait and see. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in 2 super chats, $5 donations, and thank you very much, Andrew, for the support. He said, Enforcer Matt, hiking and interacting with nature is good for forming opinions about humans and nature, and LOT. And honestly, I would say so. It's like some people, like, for example, a shower. Like, a lot of people, they take, like, a hot shower or something. That's where they have all their, like, genius brainstorming ideas and stuff for some people. And some people, it's getting out in nature and things like that. So I think it can be. But thank you very much for that support. And in his second super chat, he said the South is paradoxically a resource for cultural development and innovation for war industries. And why does the current administration use us?
I don't know, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from David 4, and he said, drone is near Taiwan on flight radar, and check it out.
And we will take a quick look at that. We'll have to take a really quick look at that because we're starting to run significantly over time. And there it is. It is a drone.
There's 2, actually.
Oh?
There's a second one down there at the bottom.
Oh. This one took off from China, so that's interesting. But I do thank you for the support and sharing that with us. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Telemosaic, who put in that 5 and said, let's see here. Let's see. So I think the Israelis haven't added the American identifiers to a new aerial shoot-down system, so to avoid an accident, said go around.
And that's interesting. We'll have to keep that in mind. A big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $10 super chat from Ken once again, and thank you very much, Ken, for the extra super chat. He said, all right, I found this under my couch, and now you can buy 2 coffees. And also, I found this under my dog's bed, and it's all yours.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And you don't, any bit of support's massive support. You don't have to support the channel, like, nobody has to support the channel at all, but we are still greatly appreciative of your support, and we will make sure to have a coffee, thanks to you. So, humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, real quick, I saw Marion Deemer ask a question. I wasn't going to type it, but it's a little complicated typing to type this out, so I'll just say it on the air instead. And Marion said, how can I reapply for Patreon? It seems like I'm no longer a member. I'm not sure why it would do that, to be honest with you. Maybe it was like some error or something on their end, but all you have to do is click on the Patreon link and go back there, and it should let you just subscribe to it. It should, but I'm not sure why it would kick you off, though. That is weird, but hopefully that fixes it. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Truck and Chef, who put in a 5, and he said, what, $7 for you people? How dare you?
What are the charges? But still, a huge thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to none other than Septi Roth, who put in a 5 and said, Salt Lake City famously had a tornado in '99. A cool video exists if you're interested, so don't be too confident in your newfound safety.
But they're rare. They're really rare. Like, I haven't heard of them being common out here, but I do thank you so much for the support. And I actually will have to look into that because that's news that I've heard of that for the first time ever. But from what I generally do, they didn't have tornadoes out here. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And also, we have a $10 super chat from Joppy once again. He said, I'm not entirely sure if it came across, but what I meant by territorial claim is that Greenland would massively increase USA's claim to the Arctic's melting ice, and right now it's limited to Alaska.
And I thank you for the support, and I kind of see what you're saying there, but at the same time, though, we still basically get that by default through our NATO partners, so we don't have to directly control Greenland to get that claim, because if Denmark controls the Arctic ice, then we basically control the Arctic ice, because if anyone attacked that, it's attacking NATO, which is basically attacking us. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 3 from Plazoth and a 2 from Peter. And thank you both, Plazoth and Peter, for that support. And we have a 2 from AXLR, who said, it's travel season, low in January to early summer equals cheap.
And that's actually interesting. And that's why I was thinking about those cost of tickets. But that is very interesting. I didn't know it was like that. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to the horror realm, who said, I love dirt bikes. I'm staying in West Virginia because I love it.
West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take you home, country roads, but it's still a huge thanks to you for the support, and all jokes aside, really cool to hear, and I thank you once again for helping this channel to keep running, and we are on to the next one.
And hibbit. That's all, folks. That is all of our Super Chat questions. And once again, a huge shout out to everybody tonight for throwing in a Super Chat. That did, of course. And we do appreciate you. And we also have one more that just came in from Brian Gonzalez, who put in a 10. He said, I was upset with some of my favorite political channels over Venezuela, and they can't understand that while the outcome is good, how we did it was bad. Saying washing is justifying bad behavior, and two things can be true.
And I would generally say, Brian Gonzalez, I think you must be in agreement with what we're saying here on the channel. It's like, it was a cool operation, you know, it went well and it was a wild success, but still the foreign policy plan there was abysmal, and it is. Like, we're still seeing that right now. And that's something that I just, like, don't get with some groups out there. Like, some people will be like, it was illegal, it was bad, you know. It's like, yeah, well, it's like, I can get that, like, in foreign policy it was bad, but, like, sitting there and acting like the special forces are bad because they did what they were ordered to do in this particular situation, is like, I can't really do that. They did flawlessly, and they did their job correctly. But at the same time, though, I don't get people who are on the other side where it's like, this is perfect and we just won, and when we haven't at all, and it's not even the case. It's like, I don't really get either one of the groups that are involved in that, because it's a lot more nuanced, like you're saying. And I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another 10 from Joppy, who said, it's not about the security politics, it's about industrial rights. Not needing to pay Denmark is what the U.S. is after.
Well, that's changing the entire premise of the argument on its face, change it into something else where it may win, and that's not even the case either, because the U.S. doesn't pay mineral rights to go mine in Greenland. U.S. companies would, which isn't the U.S. government. The U.S. government wouldn't be involved in that at all. And on top of that, that wouldn't make any sense, because from what I understand, here in the United States of America, you could say that we're having to pay for mineral rights because U.S. companies have to buy the land and also the mineral rights to be able to mine the deposits here in America from the U.S. government. So I don't really think that's working out too well either. U.S. companies can easily go up there and request permission from Denmark to mine the rare earths and do that just as easy, with or without the U.S. owning Greenland. So I thank you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
So now it is time to get into our live chat questions on our Morse code decoders, and tonight we had the whole roster. Excuse me, that's that dry air. That dry air.
Social Security.
We're gonna get to. We're gonna. Let's see if I can do it. We're going to get to all of our live chat questions tonight and try to do this for us the right way. That's what they tell me. I don't know why, but tonight my lungs aren't cooperating with me. It's like they're not working right. But anyways, jumping into our Morse code decoders right now, we have the whole roster: Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Erbo Garbo, Heroic Fluffins, Coach Kobe Tex, and Brian Blairstown. And it said, how many people were hoping for 2025 to end, but they didn't realize what 2026 was about to be all about yet? LT, LSA.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that down on the nail. That is the Morse code message of the night. I got to say, that's truly impressive and amazing to hear that y'all got that correct time and time again. And I got to give a huge shout out to the Lee Springers and Corbies. Y'all are always getting that correct, and it truly is profound. And so with that, we have one last super chat to cover, and then we're going to be getting 3 live chat questions and rounding out the stream. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Brian Gonzalez, who put in a 2. He said, how long until Maduro gets pardoned? I would say probably no option of that. I would say he's probably not getting pardoned. I heard that he might be facing the death penalty, possibly. I'm not sure if that's the case or not, but apparently there's some people saying that might be the case. I don't know the details, but Enforcer, what say you?
I haven't really been following a lot of what's been going on with Maduro since he's been put into the court system. The last thing I heard was that he pled not guilty to all charges, and then he hired the attorney that did Julian Assange's case, and that was the last that I'd heard of it. So I don't know if they're ever going to pardon him. I would say most likely not. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on into the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to the Dirty Bubble, who said, if Iran falls, will their proxy groups lose their funding?
Yes. Iran is the only group that funds them, so if they will completely lose their funding. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on the second to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to Cyber, who said, "What will the Iranian people for currency?" I think might have been a typo in there. I'm not really sure what that question meant, Cyber, but sadly I will have to skip it though. It looks like the typo messed the question up. But our next one here, the next one, the second one, is going to go to Catalyst. He said, "Wasn't it a recent thing though that the government was evacuating Tehran to move the capital to a different part of Iran?"
That's what they were announcing as a plan, but they didn't want to evacuate the entire capital at the end of it all. They just wanted to evacuate the government and government officials out of the capital, but leave everyone else there to die of thirst and generally the lack of water. So that's what we generally understood at the last moment. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so who was the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
In the meantime, we have one more super chat that goes to Joppy, who put in a 10 sec. And it said economic growth is part of a country's leaders' responsibilities, and it'd give leverage to Denmark and EU by proxy if they can one-sidedly cancel contracts. But I think the problem, though, Joppy, is this, though. Not trying to say that you're trying to justify this, but essentially, though, in reality, that essentially justifies invading foreign countries, which is kind of the argument that Russia makes when they invade countries like Ukraine. So, I mean, there's always the possibility that countries could do something shady, like, one-sidedly cancel a contract. That's always possible, but they haven't done that in the past. And also, as well, we can't say if they're not, because they could do that, that justifies an invasion. I don't think we can say that. But Enforcer, what say you?
And also on top of that, if they single-handedly cancel a contract, which would never happen because that would sour a relationship, a diplomatic one at that they have a significant one with the United States over. On top of that, no one unilaterally cancels contracts just out of the blue for no reason. That never happens. So that's basically existing on a fictional what if. And also on top of that, that doesn't give anyone a justification to invade someone else's country. Because going off of that logic, with Sweden cutting off its gas consumption from Russia, they have a right to invade your country. And nobody could say anything about it because now it's justifiable under that premise. Or better yet, they could go and seize Sweden because of the iron mines that you'll have in your country, because Russia is a major metallurgical country and they need to make sure to corner the steel producing market as much as they can to be able to get an advantage, and you'll have a lot of iron, so they'll invade Sweden and we'll just sit back and let it happen. I mean, if you argue like that, Jobby, it makes it really hard, like just speaking to you, not the whole country of Sweden, but if you represent the nation of Sweden with that mindset, it makes it really hard for the United States to go, okay, if Sweden gets invaded, we're gonna activate Article 5 and fight to defend them, because under that logic, you're not willing to provide any protections to anyone else around the world. So why in the world should the United States provide protections to Sweden if it was invaded under that similar premise? And at that point, it would be sorely amiss to come up with a good logic for that. So I thank you for the support. But I don't think I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, but I don't think there's a way that you can ever get me to agree with the sort of position that you're taking with the U.S. annexing Greenland. It's not a good position to take at all. And on top of that, if we do that, you're completely removing the fact that every single European country today has made it quite clear they're not going to support that, and this will be the end of NATO. So, that's kind of just glossing over that whole fact that no matter how you try and justify that, make it sound good, it's going to completely torpedo our relations with NATO. So in the end of it all, it still gets to that, and that's absolutely horrendous. So with that, I hope that does address it the best we can, and we are now on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is AF Kaplan. He said, if there is a confrontation between U.S. and Russian naval forces near the UK, who do you think is going to back down?
I'll be honest, I don't know at this point. I would assume that the U.S. would back down usually because we wouldn't want to get into a direct shooting war with Russia, but for some reason I have a feeling we might not back down, and then the Russians might not back down. And
nope, baby, the nukes are going to fly. The nukes are going to fly over the stupid empty cargo ship.
Yeah, or it might have something in it, who knows? But watch the irony of it be that there's literally nothing in the ship, and it basically was just the fact that they were trying to get one over on us, and then we get into World War III over it. Who knows? I have no clue. We'll just have to play it by ear, because the president has a couple of screws loose at this point, and I have no clue if good decisions are going to be made or not, because generally we want to try and avoid a war with Russia. as much as we possibly can, and considering that we didn't seize this ship while it was basically near the Caribbean, it's basically run all the way out of the blockade to this point that it's really hard to even say there's a point in seizing it. This is basically run across half of the world at this point. So, you know, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all so much once again for enjoying this channel, and I hope that tonight has been another good night of news. Well, not really the greatest night of news, but hopefully it's been a good presentation of the news nonetheless. We thank you all so much once again for watching, and if y'all have enjoyed, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We cover news 6 days a week, every single day at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, except for Mondays, covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world. And so with that, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and if there is enough news to make a short war video, I, the Enforcer, will be the one making it. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern, our next Night of the War News stream, and maybe on a short war video if there is enough news to cover. And also, a huge shout out to the 180,000 plus people that have joined us tonight by the end of the stream. Another whopping night of news and also viewership, and we appreciate you all for joining us once again. So with that, we'll see you all tomorrow, and of course, Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.